it and you can't get a way out, by the end of the week, I feel like it's going to work out for you. People not satisfied with what they're doing anymore, sort of in life. So people sort of looking at what there is going to satisfy them. Got here, not wanting to wait. So people might get impatient this week, not wanting to wait. But here, be open to what's in your path. Count your blessings. It's going to be a week where we're going to count what we're thankful for, what positive things we do have in our lives. We've got here the Neptune. I've got groups of people coming together with this full moon. I just feel like it's going to be about communities and people coming together, because there's going to be an aspect with Cancer here, because we do have that Mercury in Cancer. People wanting to coming together, and groups of people coming together with this. I've got here, no one wants to be left out, so everyone wants to be part of a community or part of a group. Nobody really wants to be left out this week. And I just got for relationships with this square, could be some crazy times coming up for relationships that are unhealthy. So the relationships that are not on the right cycle, or it's not running as smoothly. And I've got here also, there could be some shock, some things that kind of like shock explosions and shock things when we're dealing with Uranus. There's some things that are sort of shock. We are looking at things that are unusual, unexpected, and there could be some sort of shock explosions coming up. With that, could be looking at earthquakes or volcanoes or other things that are coming up too. And I've got here, like, don't complicate things as well. So just try not to make things too complicated. Just try and make things go simple. Just make it go simple. And then I feel like with that, you sort of can't go wrong. So let's look at the callers. We got here Tiffany, who's in Peking in America. So hi, Tiffany. Who are you? How are you?
I'm doing
in
fine.
Illinois? Hi, how can I help you today?
Just dealing with a lot of stress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're under a lot of stress at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're like a reading, say when things are going to get better?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's have a look. Okay. Okay, I do have spirit with me with you as well. I do have a lady. Okay. I do have a mum. I feel like it's a mum or mother figure. Is your mum passed over, or your mum still with us? Is there a mother figure that's in spirit? The grandmother. And she was very big on posture. Because I feel like with this lady, she's trying to fix up your posture. She doesn't like you sort of slouching, and she doesn't like people complaining. She just wants people to get on with things. And so I feel like she may also give lectures, because she's got the finger out and she's like pointing, and it's like you got to sit up straight. And she's like, tell her she needs to just, you got to keep going as well. Like she's very, she's telling us she's very opinionated too, and a bit bossy as well. But it's just how she is, because I feel like she had a lot of hard times in her life, and it's just how she just kept going as well. I do feel like also she was a good cook. She's cooking. I feel like the smell is very good what she's cooking too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's almost like the smell sort of leads you into the kitchen with her food. Okay, let's have a look here. Which connect to Tiffany. What's going on? I also see like an angel around you as well, and I feel like the angel's there just to give you support and to help guide you. And it's like you feel like everything's sort of going. I feel like everything's going down the drain, but it's not for long. Like you just know that this time is going to pass over. I'm going to say 3 to 6 months. I feel like there's a slight change, or you can see there's that sort of hope that's coming up here on the horizon for you. It is time, and you are trying to move forward. I do see you trying to push and move forward, but it's like you've just lost energy, or you've lost your oomph to be able to do it at the moment. I do feel like it's money. I feel like money in relationships is coming in here. for you as well. And it's like without the other one, the one sort of gets out of balance too. I do get a lot of anxiety here
Mhm.
with you as well. But I know you're going to come out of this. I keep getting 3 to 6 of when you're going to come out of this. And you're going to come out of this really strong. I feel like you're coming up. I'm hearing sell. Are you looking at like selling, like you're selling your house or selling
Say
something
that word
here?
again.
I'm hearing sell. Pardon?
Say that again.
Sell a van, did you say?
I said, say that again.
Ah, I'm hearing the word sell, like I'm going to sell something. Um, so you're trying to sell like your house. I am seeing like a car, as well. So are you looking to sell something?
Where's my car?
No? Okay. Well, okay. What did I do? Look, I do see there is an ending coming up here for you. But as I said, I keep on getting 3 to 6 months when things are going to be a lot clearer for you and that you are going to also get through what you're going through. I also see there's an offer here coming up too, and I feel like this is an offer of financial gain or financial offer that's coming up. This could be like a new job opportunity that's coming up for you, but I do see you stress and you're just looking at but you got to think outside the box. I keep on getting sell. You're trying to sell something. I also am seeing like a car, but I am also seeing like a bigger car as well that's coming up. It's like you're preparing for things too. Um, I feel like you might be moving. I just feel like you might be moving or moving. It's because of financial stuff that you're moving, but I feel like it's gonna be okay. And I feel like there could be someone that says you can live with them. I'm seeing a female say you can always come and be with me here. But I feel like it's gonna be okay. Just gotta go through the 3 to 6 months that you're gonna do. In terms of like with relationships with you, I do feel like I do see smooth sailing ahead, also in this year as well, in after the 6 months. Um, I do see someone around you, so I do feel like you're with someone, or there is someone around you at the moment too, and I do feel like that's like it's okay, like that person's going to support you, but I feel like you need to ask for help. I do see you pleading with someone, so I do feel like you need to ask for help because I feel like you can't do this on your own. You did need other support around you as well.
It's so funny you just said that because actually just sound like well, we're have a breakup right now. My ex, I guess, kind of, and he's been telling me that he wanted to help me.
Okay. That's good.
Keep
Yeah, I just
going.
feel like you.
I'm just saying, keep going.
Okay, I just feel like that yeah, I just got I could just see you just pushing like a trolley or a trolley with all this stuff on it, and I could just see you pushing and you couldn't push it by yourself anymore, and I could just see someone saying that they were offering you help, you need to ask for it. Well, yes, I did see the ending here in the cards, but at the same time I did get a new there is an offer here as well for you. But no, I hope I've helped you today, and thank you for calling in.
Thank you.
It's okay. So let's see. Now we've got it's Mandy who's in South Dakota. So, hi, Mandy. How are you?
Yes,
Hi,
I'm
hi,
great.
can I
How are
help?
you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Mm. I am having some issues with relationships,
Okay.
love interest from the past and one that's current, and I'm just
Okay.
not sure where to go with it.
Okay. Let's see what's gonna happen. We do have a Venus retrograde coming up in July on the 22nd of July. So let's have a look, which is about people from the past. Look, I feel like that there's one. I feel like it's the past person. They're not moving away. Like that's like they want to. It's like they want to stay, but I feel like the person that's the interest also wants like to be with you as well. You've got the pick of the two, but I feel like one is a bit lazy. You don't want to be with one that's lazy, because I feel like there's one about laziness too, and one that's just a little bit stubborn. I'm going to say I'm hearing overly stubborn. I'm seeing stubborn. Okay, who will she pick? When will you know? When will you know? Look, I'm going to say by next month. Maybe I'm hearing July. It's sort of, I feel like you're going to know which one you're picking or which one you're heading. But you don't want to be let down. I feel like maybe the past ones let you down, and because I'm hearing being let down before, and I just feel like you don't want to be let down again. I also feel like the past one, he does genuinely care about you. And I feel like now when you weren't there, it's like when you sort of realized that, he does need you. But I have a feeling he might be like, I keep on hearing the word lazy. So I just feel like there's one, I feel like it might be him that maybe a little bit lazy, because it's like he needed a shake up. But the one that's new, I do feel like he is caring. Like he does care for you. He does want a future. He also is thinking about needing to feel security as well with him. Um, who was she pick? Who was she pick? Well, in the astrology says before 22nd, you can go with either one, but after 22nd until September, it's probably going to be more things to do with the past one. I feel the new guy might be a bit better. I get the thumbs up for the new one, because I just feel like with the old guy, it's a cycle that happens with him, and I do feel like that um he will like let you down again. Like he's going to keep letting you down. There's a cycle here with him, and you can't break the cycle just yet. He needs to learn the hard way with the old one, but the new one, I feel like he's there ready, and I'm just feel like with you, I'm a bit anxious or a bit nervous, but at the same time, I do want to see how things play out. Can you relate to that?
Yeah, actually, that's kind of hitting the nail on the head. We're definitely for the past one. Because my husband and I are not doing well, and I'm seeking a divorce. And the new one is very adamant that he wants to be with me.
Yeah, I just feel like I feel like I know it's like you got to sort of see how it plays out. Also, I feel like with the past one, there's an aspect with him with money. So I feel like it could be also a thing with money. I don't know how the settlement works or how things go over there when it comes to finances. But with him too, there's also a thing about money with him as well. And it's like I just feel like you've got the choice. Like you know what you want. I do feel like there's two marriages. I do feel like there's another wedding coming up for you, because I do see there's two marriages for you. And I kind of feel like with the second one, it's like you won't be disappointed, because this person, like, I feel like they're very like charming. Like they're the sort of person that would like put their coat on the ground for you to walk on. So I feel like very like charming, um, romantic, and is going to like care for you. The other one, there's something about like a money stuff. Maybe his decisions are could be based on financial as well. Because he doesn't want to lose. He doesn't like losing, or doesn't want to lose anything with him either. But I just feel like you're going to come out okay. You're going to come out on top of this as well. Okay. Is there one child involved with this too? Is there one baby, one child?
I'm sorry, what about a child?
One child. I'm getting one child or one baby. Is there a child involved, or do you have a child?
I have a child with the new one.
Oh, okay.
He's from the past, but he's new for me now.
Oh, okay, okay. And you've got a child with him. Okay. Um, and this is your child? Like this is your child.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I just feel like with the child, I feel like he needs you to listen. Like they need you to listen to them. I feel like they feel like maybe they're not being heard, or they're something about the way that they're speaking. I just feel like they need to be listened to with them. I feel like they are being honest, but I just feel like, I don't know, just something that they need to be listened to, they need to be heard. Because I feel like maybe they feel like they're not being heard or listened to with them. Okay. I do feel like I've got a grandmother here. She's looking at my grandbaby. So, do you have like a grandparent that's passed away, that would love your child? Because I feel like this person loves your child. They're talking about their grandbaby and they love their grandbaby.
Oh,
No? So I feel like I can get some information on this person. Okay. So that's this lady. I feel like she's very nurturing. She's very kind. Um, she always had to have manners with her. Like, you needed to have manners with her. She didn't like people who didn't talk nicely or didn't have good manners. But she cares for her children and her family a lot. It's all about her family with her. I feel like she's on your mum's side of the family as well. And I feel like she also got a bit lonely too. So this could be your grandmother that I'm referring to. Is your grandmother on your mum's side? Your mum's mum, is she passed over?
yeah, my great grandmother Pearl.
Okay, because I feel like it could be her. She could make things as well. She showed me, she's like, I can make things as well. She's very creative. She likes to keep busy.
Yeah,
But she came from like hard working. I feel like when she was around, like maybe when things like depression, and she had gone through a lot of hard times. But she'd always would keep busy, and she'd always make sure everybody was fed. Like, she always had, like, her last dollar or her last coin, like she'd always make sure that it would go towards people and help them to um, get fed or what they needed. I also feel like that she could. I feel like could she make curtains? Would she be like a sewer as well?
I think so. Yeah,
Well, she showed me these curtains in her house, and she's telling me that she made them. Um, and she's like, she can make things out of nothing a little bit. Like, she can make a lot of things as well with her. Um, but she's very happy that she's able to connect with you too. Okay.
that's great. I've missed her
She,
for a very long time.
oh, she's always there. You can always talk to her, but she does miss you, as she's saying she does miss you as well. Okay. Let's talk about having one more, but I kind of feel like you might be done. But I don't know how old you are, but she keeps on talking about having one more baby. So, but when I tune to you, I feel like no, I'm not sure if that's going to happen. But she would like for you to have one more. Say just one more, one more. She's just saying one more. Um, but that will be up to you if you want to have one. I am feeling I feel like it might be possible, because I am feeling it could be possible for you. But at the moment, I feel like everything's a bit too complicated, though.
Right. Yeah. Right now, a baby would not be a good idea.
Yeah. So I feel it is possible. I'm sort of feeling it in my stomach, but at the same time, I just feel like everything right now it'd be too complicated. Um, but yeah. I hope I've helped you. Is there any other questions you have for me?
um, just how are my finances going to end up, because I'm pretty worried about them.
I'm just her don't be. Um, Look, with this, like the divorce that's looming, as I said, I feel like there's a money is driving your ex-husband with the money thing. So just be careful and make sure you get what you need to get. I feel like before the end of the year, I feel like even coming in August, things are gonna look a bit more brighter for you as well. I do feel like that financially it's like you're crossing it's like you're on a tightrope and you've gone to the other side, and it's like sort of more fuel. It's like, kind of what was I stressing about? Because I do feel like you're going to get through it. It might be working 2 jobs though. I do feel like it could be another job, like getting like 2. So it could be 2 jobs or another job that you might be doing on the side as well. But I just feel like you're going to get through it by August, even mid-September, you'll get through it.
Oh, that sounds amazing. That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. If you want to contact me, you can. My website and Facebook is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Instagram and TikTok is Lady D Psychic. And my YouTube channel is Lady D, but sometimes you can't find it there. You have to look at Danielle Psychic to find me. But I hope you all have an amazing week and have a good and happy full moon that is happening in a couple of days. And I'll see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from tarotwithsteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, friends. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. My usual welcome and salutation, I guess, or welcoming or greeting. Not quite salutation, right? Greeting. Yes, that's what it is. We're not saying bye quite yet. Anyway, my brain is a mush today because of the crazy energy of our super moon. I'm still feeling it. I don't know how you guys are all connecting with this crazy energy, but I know I've been a mess. But anyways, I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio. and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. And I am trying to get my cards a little bit mixed up here. I've had so much going on, and I feel like that I just need to breathe. So I want to start out. Let's pull our beautiful affirmation card first and see what our affirmation is for the day. And then we will get this show on the road. Let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Perfect. Okay, so just so y'all know, the number that I have been seeing all day today is the number 23. So there you go. There's my number for the day. And it's been just a very strong number. It's definitely been one of those numbers where every time I looked at the clock, it was like, 223 or 1223. It's just kind of an odd number. I think unusual. Um, and yes, it's an odd number. I can totally hear my dad, who has passed away, with his dad jokes, and he would definitely be saying, "Yes, daughter, 23 is an odd number." But y'all know what I mean, right? It's an odd number when it comes to spirituality, spiritual numbers. I feel like 23 is not a very common number. Um, so let's see what our affirmation card says today. Okay, well, I think we all can relate to this particular card and what it's telling us. So, your affirmation for everybody for the week says, "My patience is being rewarded. My turn will come." And okay, so let me just tell you really quickly. Let me repeat it again just in case. So the affirmation for this week, such a good one for everybody. My patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. So I have been really manifesting for some things to come into my life. And I literally had this conversation with my family just yesterday. And by the way, happy 4th for those in the US. Happy Independence Day. Um, Happy birthday, America. So hopefully you guys all had a beautiful 4th of July and you were safe. And if you are in a different country than the US, I hope you had a great day as well. And so anyway, going back to what I was saying, I'm having my ADHD squirrel moments, as I call them. So patience is being rewarded. My turn will come. I literally was telling my family that I am trying to I want to manifest uh, more with my gifts. I want to manifest more with sharing. I want to be doing large events. I want to get to where I am able to share my gift even more than I already am. And I am not patient. So I want it now. I want it now. So I, uh, I'm learning this. I'm learning patience. I am a Gemini. Patience is not my virtue. So yes, patience is going to be rewarded. My turn will come. So thank you, universe. Duly noted and message heard. So hopefully that resonates and hopefully it connects with you all for this next week, but generally in all of life, right? I feel like, when we can be a little patient with our life and our destiny and just things in general, then personally, I feel like my life seems to go a little bit smoother. So we'll see. We'll see how this week goes, but I'm manifesting it, my friends. You mark my words, you all got it recorded. I will be doing large events pretty soon. It's coming. All right. Well, I'm excited and looking forward to my callers tonight. And my first caller is Shantae, and Shantae is in Texarkana, Texas. Hi, Shantae. This is the mini medium.
Hi.
How are you, hon?
I'm great. How about yourself?
Not too bad. Not too bad. Thank you. How can I help you tonight?
Well, I guess I was just want an overall reading, as far as like my love life, my career, and relationships in my life and
Okay.
financial.
Okay. So I'll just, because we only have about each of my colors, about, gosh, it just varies, about 8 to 10 minutes. So let me, I'll kind of focus on one of those and see. And usually, whatever hits me first is usually what I feel that the universe or whoever my spirit guides really are wanting to give that message. So, a couple things. First and foremost, I pulled a couple cards for you, and sometimes I'll pull my tarot. Sometimes I'll just go with my intuition. The first, the first thing that I feel that I was drawn to when it comes to the four different kind of topics that you brought up, um, really for me. Let me tell you, we'll kind of mesh your financial and also mesh that a little bit with your work and career. Does that sound okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, beautiful. Okay. Um, so a couple things that I am seeing. Now, I also, yeah, okay. I I also am a Reiki practitioner. So when I do energy work, and even just feeling energy, even through the phone or virtual, a couple things that are really affecting me at the moment. And the first one, and especially your cards, I'll show the cards on, if you go back and watch on YouTube or on Moonstruck TV. But the two cards that are pulling up, one is color green, the other is called indigo. It's an indigo color. Now, those colors of your chakras are the one is your third eye, and then the other happens to be your heart chakra. So when I'm looking at these, and really, one is a cup and one is a sword, and the cup is reversed, the sword is right side up. So what does this mean when it comes to finances and work? Well, a couple things that I feel, especially with work, um, definitely whatever it is that you are doing right now, my friend, I don't feel is fulfilling your purpose. It's not fulfilling your soul. I don't feel that you're getting much out of what you're doing work wise. It feels very just, I know this is going to sound kind of harsh in a way, but it just feels empty at the moment. Does that make sense for you?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so when that happens, I mean, of course, then uh, then comes the financial part of it. Because when we're not feeling fulfilled at a job or a career, then our efforts are really not there like they would be if it was otherwise. So when I see this, the third eye connection, which is your beautiful intuition. And by the way, I can tell just energy wise and with the visions I'm getting for you, you have a very beautiful intuition, Shantae. You have a very gifted way of connecting with people. And I also feel that you're very raw about it, meaning that you don't sugarcoat things, my friend. So, do you
Yes,
feel that you're that way?
yes, ma'am. Definitely.
Yeah, and I love that about you, and I feel others love that about you. So, when it comes to work, and I'm going to tell you that that number 23 that I have been seeing all day today, I have a feeling connects with someone on the other side, someone who has passed, because just as I'm sitting here, I really can feel you have a very strong, supportive, like your best cheerleader. And this feels to me, a mother, grandmother. Have you had a grandmother pass?
Yes, ma'am. She just recently passed.
Okay, okay. So I feel that's why she's here. She knew you were coming on, my friend. She knew you were going to be here. Now, think of that number 23. If it doesn't resonate right away, I can tell you when I see the number, it's going to be connected to the 23rd of a month. This can also be February 3rd. This can also be, well, now that I think about it, we're in 2023. Did she pass this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Ah, okay. Well, there you go. Your grandmother is here, my friend. And I'll tell you, I've got goosebumps. I love this. And I feel like she is just cheering you on, telling you that she wants you to find that strength and that power within you, that all of the women, she's telling me that the generation of women, the lineage of women are all, I'll just say bad A's. How's that? I'm going to be PG rated. Would your grandma literally say that? Because that's what I heard.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely.
I love that. Well, she is definitely telling you that you need to go and find your purpose, my friend. And if you can find your purpose and have it be, you know, monetary gain from it, like, money, obviously, we still got to make money to live. But if you can mix the two of them together, then the green that this card is, the green is that heart chakra. And that heart chakra
Bye.
All right. Wonderful. Well, we've got time for another caller, and this is Janice in Texas. Hi, Janice. This is a mini. Oh, Kentucky. Where did I get Texas? Kentucky. My producer whispered in my ear, no, Kentucky. Maybe there's a connection with Texas with you. That happens a lot.
I
How
don't
are
know
you
of
doing?
anybody, but you never know.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I always tell people that, if it doesn't make sense now, just give it some time and it will, and all of a sudden you'll be like, yep, that's what Stephanie was telling me. Oh, well, I am glad to meet you, Janice. How can I help you tonight?
I just basically wanted a reading. I've been going through some stuff, and just really stressed and anxiety high, and just wanted to see what you would say.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Well, let me see. I'm going to use my cards, I think, in your reading here. So I'm going to pull a couple cards for you and let's see what we get here. And ultimately, I really connect more with my abilities, as I call them, or my gifts. And I just listen to those first and foremost. But sometimes it's nice to have the cards because they'll give you that visual validation of what's going on in my head, in my
Yes,
visions,
ma'am.
in things I hear, that kind of stuff. So, um, okay. This is so beautiful. Okay, so I pulled a couple cards, and I'm actually using my chakra tarot deck. And are you familiar with what chakras are?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'll give you a really brief explanation here. So, your body has seven different, and I call them little rechargeable batteries, or they're portals, but they're energy. And you have your seven, it starts at the top of your head at your crown chakra. And then you have many that work down to your feet, or wherever, that some are drawn to your root chakra being in a different position, but the feet, I'm drawn to the roots. So, and really what it is that when those energy points are not spinning, they're not aligned, they're not activated, or you have any kind of blockages, or you have something that I call it kind of like sludge, it's just slowing you down, which it sounds like you've
Uh-huh.
got a little bit of that going on now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, energy work is so very important. So, I can't express enough to everybody out there listening that working on your chakras, working on your energy can really help you to avoid health problems. It can help you to avoid, can't avoid stress, can't really avoid, you know, um, anxiety completely, but energy work can help, at least manage it a little bit. So when I pulled two cards for you, both cards came out orange. And the orange within your chakras, this is your sacral chakra. So your sacral is really where it's where life is made. So this is really going to be where the lower part of your abdomen, so your uterus, your ovaries, your my gosh, bowels, kidneys, all of this. So the physical part of what the sacral, that is that's where that lies. So seeing that you pulled these two orange cards, some things that I feel that boy, yeah, I feel that can help you. Um, okay, I'm really drawn to two children uh, attached to you. Do you understand that?
I have a child, and then I lost a child.
Okay, okay. No, that's perfect. And I don't know if you noticed, I said two childlike energies. So that's what I pick up on when it comes to the children. So you've got one in spirit and one here in the physical world. Um,
Yes.
and so I feel there's some um, maybe even, is this a daughter, the one that is living?
No.
Yeah, the son. Okay, okay.
Yes.
Did you happen to know what the sex of the child was that you lost?
I don't, but my husband, he had a vision that it was a daughter.
Okay, I agree with him. So, I'll tell you at the moment, I feel that I may be connecting to the soul of your daughter that has passed. That's why I asked if you had a daughter here, because I keep connecting with the daughter. So I agree with your husband there. Um, so just know that the mediumship part of my gifts is kicking in, and we're connecting and feeling the soul of her. Um, I also I I do feel some health issues, and that some of the health issues, and you don't have to be, whatever you're comfortable sharing, and I'll just be, um, I won't get too personal, but I do feel some health issues right in your lower abdomen or in your stomach area. Do you understand that?
I mean, I'm constantly swelled there. I've never been diagnosed with anything. I constantly swell in my stomach. I had to have a
Yeah.
hysterectomy because of like some fibroids and different stuff. Um, but other than that, I don't know of anything current.
Okay. Um, so I'll take you kind of you validated when I mentioned, the lower sacral, which I said, your uterus and your ovaries, which a hysterectomy would tell me why I'm being drawn to that area. But I would just say, I'm not a doctor. I can't really advise you, but I do feel that the stomach, but I feel more than anything, for you, Janice, this is really like just bacterial. It feels to me just getting on like a pro or a prebiotic can really help with some of the things you're having with your health. Um,
Okay.
I know the distended stomach. I had that as well, and really they focused that down to the gut health. So I feel that could very well help you. Um, Now it's interesting when I know this is going to sound kind of weird, but when I got ready to come on to do my show, I was so drawn to wearing yellow today, and I love yellow. And yellow is the color of your solar plexus, and your solar plexus is your stomach. So definitely, I've got some working to do on my stomach, but I want you to just be mindful and maybe go get some blood work done or go get started on a pro and a prebiotic. Because I
Okay.
feel health wise, this may help you. Are you feeling really tired and kind of run down?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
This is where Yeah, this root cause, this is what I'm telling you. I know people will come and they'll ask me a question. Well, I feel like my life is kind of all over the place. I feel like I'm just, tired, depressed. And, I say, well, let's do some energy work and let's narrow down where this root cause is. And I do feel a lot of what's going on is right at that stomach, right at that solar plexus, and maybe a little down into your lower abdomen where that sacral is. But
Okay.
I would definitely go see if you can't get just some baseline blood work done, and see. I do feel your vitamin D is low. I'm getting my sign for that. And that can help with energy, obviously, as well. So look into that, my friend. Um, and I'm going to tell you, we got a lot of estrogen in this room. I I am channeling. I feel. Have you lost your mom? Has your mom passed?
No, she's actually battling cancer.
Okay, that's probably why I'm drawn to her right now. Okay. Um, and sometimes when I'm drawn to the energy, then I have to differentiate. Are they on the other side, or are they going through um, kind of a spiritual transition here in the physical world? So, and so I do feel that I'm connected to your mom. And I just want to say, uh, you must be close with her. Are you pretty close to her?
Pretty close. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay. I felt a very strong bond between the two of you. And so please just uh, continue to be there for her, continue to support her. build those memories, while you have time with mom. Um, I do feel that I know it's so cliche and I hate saying this sometimes, but everything does happen for a reason. Um, and I feel like if anything, I'm going to tell you, your mom's energy is so strong and feisty as I connect with her energy. um, uh, and she may not be that way now, obviously, if she's not feeling well, but, uh, but I keep hearing the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So for me, that says that you also have. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Good. I love it. Um, but I want you to keep in mind too, I keep going out to the month of September, right about fall time. And I really do feel that you're going to see where you are able to uh, it's almost like I'm getting my life back in control feeling. I feel like you're getting some balance in your life. So
Uh-huh.
keep that September month in your forefront of your mind, okay?
Okay.
All right, my friend. Well, I hope this helped you. I know these are short and sweet, but I hope it gave you some, inspiration for the future and maybe a little bit of preventative health stuff for sure.
Thank you for that.
You are so welcome. Well, I appreciate you calling and letting me do this reading for you. And you have a beautiful night, okay?
All right, honey. You too. Thank you very much.
Okay. You're so welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Okay, friends. Well, that's a beautiful night. I love it. I would say, what's that? That's a wrap. So I will see you guys all next week. This is your mini medium. Love you guys. Bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Psychic Path on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I am Suzanne, and I'm here for a little bit. And welcome to the little time I have. I am on air from Minnesota. Hello, Minnesota. And I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium. And I'm hoping to get a good caller tonight. I hope that everyone is okay after the super full moon. It was beautiful, known as the buck moon, and it was in Capricorn, which is a very responsible and a very mature sign. It's known as the teacher, and that's what it does in our charts, our personal charts. It teaches us, and yeah, so that's what happened a couple days ago. I hadn't been on air, But I hope that everyone is letting go of the things that don't suit you anymore or benefit you anymore. I hope that everyone is learning how to balance what they need in their life. I do as well. I need some balance right now. Bobby from
Yes.
Missouri. Hello. How are you tonight?
Hello. I'm okay. How are you?
Good, good. You're my neighbor. I'm glad. I'm in
Oh.
Minnesota tonight.
Oh.
So what can I help with tonight?
Are my finances gonna get any better soon?
I didn't hear the first part of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are my finances gonna get any better soon?
Okay. Let's see. Let's see what Spirit says. I'm looking for what Spirit has to say or show me. I feel like it's going to take a little bit of time. I feel like change. There's a lot of change for you. I don't know how this is resonating, but I feel like there's changes in your finance. And I feel like there was a change a little while ago, maybe anywhere from 3 months to a month ago, there was a
Yeah.
change. And I feel like it needs to settle and make a foundation. But I feel like it will be a while longer. And
Okay.
I'm looking. I feel as if it has a lot to do with the Pluto transiting Aquarius, and that was in March. And I feel like there are lessons in this, even though it feels very scary and unsecure. There's a lesson in this. So I would suggest that every day, if you can get a chance, just to tell the universe, guide me with whatever I need to know, because this is some sort of good lesson for you. And I'm not saying to hurt you, but
Yeah.
it seems to be working in a way as to teach you something that benefits you. Um, so I feel some of that has to do with letting go, worry, or refinding a way to look at money or finances. Um, and to know, I don't know. I think the message too is the world does have enough to take care of you. Does that resonate?
But,
Because I feel that there's a fear.
there's been a lot of change. That's for sure.
I
Big
feel like
change.
there's a fear that the world has not got enough to take care of you. And Spirit is saying
Yeah.
yes. Spirit is letting me know that the world does have what it takes to take care of you. And if you can find just, in your daily life to kind of look at what you're learning, because I feel like a very important lesson in faith is what's going on. Can you feel that? Like you're strengthening into faith, even when
Oh, I
you are even when you're in fear, you have to put it in to the hands of the Creator and the universe, and say, I don't know what else to do except to be patient and have faith.
yeah, that's pretty much what I am doing, being it in his
Um,
hands. And
I feel like within a month things should look very well for you. I also feel like something is new again is opening up for you that is connected to what just changed, and it will make you more comfortable and more secure, and it will be ongoing. I feel like you got like a month, and I feel like I keep getting the initials of W. I don't know why, but W. So I would say yes, and I feel like things will get better and be more secure as time goes on. So I would say you only have about a month to really keep the faith and keep your chin up and know that things are going to work out for your betterment. Does that
Well,
make
it's good to
sense?
hear.
Does that resonate?
Yes,
It
yes,
it
it does.
can be
Very much
hard.
so.
It can be really
Yeah.
hard to have that, but I think that this is a small part of what's going on. So yes, Kid, do you have any other quick question for me? I've got a few more minutes.
Do you see me being back with my children?
Let me see. I do certainly feel the distance. Do you have three? I keep seeing three people.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. They kind of faded. They faded away, like too busy or um, not really even grounded.
Yeah, it's not in touch.
I feel,
Sure.
yeah, I feel like life has just taken them by the tail and just grabbed them, and they don't even have time for themselves. But I feel like don't lose hope on that either, because I do feel love coming from them, and I feel like every once in a while you should shoot them an email or a phone message and just let them know that you still love them. But I just feel like a lot of busyness. And sometimes you
Yeah.
have to remember your mother. Mothers
Yeah,
are important. We are life
for
givers.
sure.
So I do believe that that will happen. I just feel like they need to be reminded all the time that there's someone who loves them and is waiting for a call or a visit. Okay?
Okay, sounds hopeful.
All right. Well, thank you so much for allowing me to share tonight. I really hope
Oh
that
my
you have a
gosh.
great week, and I hope that this month goes really quick for you. I hope that you
I
feel secure and comforted.
thank you so much. I feel
All
better
right.
now already, actually. Thank you
Oh,
so
good.
very much. What was your name again?
My name is Suzanne, and
Suzanne.
thank you
Okay.
so much.
Okay,
You
thank
have a
you.
good
You have a
night.
wonderful day. Okay,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
Well, everyone, thank you so much for spending another time with me, and I hope that everyone has a wonderful week. And you can catch me at psychicpass.com, and I will be back here next week. Bye-bye.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Evenings with Kimberly, the comedian medium. Live from KimberlyWagonMakers.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Evenings with Kimberly on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Kimberly Wagonmakers. Welcome back. Happy Thursday, 5:30 my time. I hope everybody's doing fabulous. I'm doing good. Very busy. Brief before I start taking a caller, I just want to announce again, my name is Kimberly Wagonmakers, spelled WAGENMAKERS. You can Google me, and on Google, you'll see my reviews. You'll see my website. You'll see my TikTok that's been hijacked, my New York radio last year, my Moonstruck radio now. You'll see lots about me. So just Google my name. It's the easiest. I'm not hidden or hard to find once you can spell my name correctly. But I'm here and I want to take callers. Getting more comfortable with this because it is hard, in seconds readings and not really seeing anybody. But I'm also doing lives on my business Facebook page, which I don't know if you can all see this. I'm going to try to get it in close. So that is my business Facebook page, Kimberly Wagonmakers, Psychic Medium to Rescue and Restore Balance. I'm going there live twice a week. And at the moment, I'm doing live free readings. No info again. You just tap in whether you want mediumship or psychic. And I'm spending like 3 hours. I get exhausted, but people come in and I can't say no. And I just, so yeah, I was up till 3 a.m. doing that last night. So do we have any callers yet? If we do, I can start. If not, I'll continue to talk like I do so well. And I want to, hopefully soon, we will be able to put me at 30 minutes so that I can start giving you a little bit about me and how I got here and all the really wild woohoo moments that I've had that, I need to write several books of what I've experienced. Like I can just tell you really quick before I have a caller. A house I had about 15 years ago, I was walking home from the mailbox and I heard a scream, looked behind me. It was the gardener alerting me. There was a single file line of bees literally behind my head following me. There had to be a billion of them because, it was a really thick, but they were single file just following me. And I'm such a lunatic and used to this stuff that it just didn't faze me. Kept walking. As I walked into my front door, they went into the eaves of the attic of my home. Lived there until I went to sale. Periodically, I'd find one or two in the house, and I told them, just don't sting my kids. When I went to sell, they said I had 5-foot beehives in my attic. Like 6 of them, and they had to kill them. I was like, no. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff that's happened. I don't know. I don't see anybody in the chat ready yet, but I think you'll let me know if there is, and I'm getting pretty good at this. So I'll just continue to talk a little bit. I am certified because I'm a science. I feel like I'm blurry. I don't know if that's my illusion on my side, but I feel like I look blurry. But that's okay. So I've had this gift my whole life. I didn't realize or understand it. I just would Like I remember being in the backyard and these dragonflies all around me. And I remember thinking, this is Millie. Let me go call her husband and tell him. And it's like, well, how do you address this? Because back then people just didn't talk about it. But I just picked up the phone and said, Stan, I got something to tell you. And you're not going to understand this, but Millie was just here visiting me and she told me to call you. And he said, my friend, that's how he talked. He was so cool. Him and his wife were my neighbors at one point. And he said, my friend, today is our anniversary. And I believe you. And I'm like, whoa, that's super cool. And I'm like, well, she wanted to make sure that, I called you because I just knew it was her with these dragonflies all around me. So I've had lots of crazy moments. So many. I've got some really big ones, but a really fascinating one recent is when COVID first hit. Spirit just told me to ground, and I tend to go out at 1 a.m. when it's really peaceful and quiet, and I'll water and tinker in the yard. And believe it or not, all the grasshoppers jump me. But one night, got bit by a black widow, and I was like paralyzed for like 90 seconds. And it was the most excruciating. I could feel the venom go through every orifice of my body. But as it was happening, I heard, you will never get COVID. And next day I went to the doctor and he's like, whoa, this is super cool. And I'm like, yeah, isn't it? He's like, your hand, you're going to lose your skin. I'm like, no, I won't. And I didn't. And I had this really beautiful bullseye heart on my hand that would glow in the dark for like 6 weeks. And about 3 months after that, I was laying in bed having a sensitive moment, and a black widow spirit ran across my comforter. And that's when I knew that she was one of my totem animals, insects, spirit. I have the black widow, I have bees, I have a lion. Thus is my team so far, and they grow. But I never got COVID. And as I shared the story, a lot of people thought I was nuts and kind of like, but the people that understand that are in this woohoo world, they didn't think I was nuts. They just, and one of my shaman friends, he said, well, the fact that you weren't bothered by it is your totem. And I'm like, yeah, she came to visit. So I have lots of miracles and just amazing things. But I'm still talking. I don't know if there's any callers. I would love to do a reading because I felt like, but maybe it's my live afterwards because here we go. I'm seeing something. Colleen in Atlanta. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, I'm reading and learning this. Hi, Colleen. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you. A little tired, but I'm good. So you're in Atlanta, Georgia?
I am.
Beautiful. I've heard, I haven't been there, but I always think of the peach because I love peach cobbler. What
Peaches aren't doing too good right now, I've heard.
Say that again?
The peaches aren't doing too well, I've heard. I don't know. I don't like peaches too much, so.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Those are my favorite. If that's pretty much the only pie I love other than chocolate. I love peach cobbler. So, but I'm sad to hear that they're not doing well. It's probably a farmer issue with all the weather disasters we've been having. But I hope they'll come back. So were you looking for psychic this evening, Colleen, or mediumship?
Mediumship?
Okay, I'm wondering if you are the one that I was picking up on before I came in, because I felt like I was going to have a caller, and I felt like it's going to be a little girl. Can you take this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I felt like before I even came in, I was going to have a caller, and it was going to be a young girl. So in spirit, can you take a young girl?
In spirit, can I do what? I can't hear you very well.
It's okay. I'm sorry. I don't know why my reception. A young girl. Do you have a young girl in spirit?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not sure about that. No.
Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to read the chat. So let me just. So I really felt like there was a young lady before I even started that I was going to bring through. Is that your dog?
Yes. Are we live on the radio or a podcast or something?
Yes, we are live, and yes, it streams through radio, and I'm not sure where, but some TV. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, I'm just sorry for the noise. I have a dog that's kind of sick and he coughs a lot right now. So sorry about that.
He's sick?
Yeah, he has a problem with his trachea. So
I'm very sorry.
he's like 17 years old, so he's been with us a long time.
Let me try to get in here and connect with the spirit that you are looking for.
I'm going to step into another room where it's a little bit quieter.
Yeah, sometimes the energy. So I'm also picking up, I'm pushing the young lady aside. And maybe you're the young lady that I'm supposed to be pulling for, but I'm trying to tell a young man to step forward.
Yeah, the person I was hoping you could connect to is a male.
Yeah, and so this man, when I said young, he's telling me I wasn't young when I passed, but I have a very young heart. Would that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, because I felt like I wanted to tell you his age and young, but he's like, I wasn't young, but I have a really young heart. So, okay, we're pulling him closer. I'm getting goosebumps. He's telling me his passing wasn't long. It hasn't been that long. I want to say it's been I'm hearing 2. So I want to say 2 years. I don't think it's 2 months.
It's actually, this one is a couple of months.
Oh, so it could be the 2 months?
Very recent, yeah.
Okay. Because I heard 2 and I'm like, it wasn't very recent and it's 2. So, okay, we're on the right track, son. Calling him son because he's just such a young spirit. Even when he passed, I mean, he was a very jovial, action-packed man.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and you are you, which is a very good thing to be. And today, I'm going to be taking calls. We have a kind of freaky accuracy rate. Freaky accurate accuracy. Hello, Department of Redundancy Department. So we've a high accuracy rate, and that's probably because I was born with a natural gift, but probably B, 12 years ago, I managed to get myself hit in the head with a piano. I know. It makes me sound like a Warner Brothers cartoon character. Why not an anvil, you ask? No, it was a piano. Long story, but ever since then, I've been able to sort of know things I shouldn't be able to know. Not that I'm complaining. So I'm really happy to be here. I love my cherished ducklings, and I just want to chant. Sorry, it is really hot here, and my AC is on the fritz, and I'm a little. If I start like speaking in tongues or snake handling, just stop me, basically. But I'm here for your questions, and we have like a verifiable sort of 90 to 92% accuracy rate. I know what I was going to say. So call in from wherever you are, and while you're finding the number on your screens, I am going to tell you a little bit about this week's installment in the history of psychicness. I'll probably come up with a better title, but we're going to work on that for now. Last week, we talked about Tennessee Claflin and Victoria Woodhull, two psychics in the 19th century, the 1800s, who advocated for women's right to vote. They were suffragettes. They were free love advocates, which meant that they espoused the pleasure and the propriety of sex, not necessarily within the bounds of marriage. And they were also founded the first investment bank in New York. I know, sounds crazy, but it's true. Today, we're going to talk quickly about the Oracle of Delphi, who was in Delphi, Greece. By the way, I just love Greeks. All of my friends are Greek or Canadian. So hi to all of you Greek and Canadian friends. Anyway, the Oracle of Delphi was about 3,000 years ago. She was considered to be the high priestess of Apollo, who is the god of the sun, and very, very cute and very hot. Sorry, I slay me. So there would always be a high priestess of Apollo at his temple in Delphi. Stay with me, this gets good. And she was called the Pythoness. I'm not sure why, but it's a cool name, so we're keeping it. And she would lie in this hammock, sort of suspended above a fissure or crack in the cave, in the rock. She was in a cave. I forgot to mention that, but she was in a cave. And through that would come natural sort of hallucinogenic gases. So she was suspended above that. And next to her was a burner in which she would also put sort of hallucinogenic or psychotropic, we'll say, drugs that had smoked and had fumes. Also, she drank like a fish. So pretty much she was, psychic or not, she was having a good time. But the Oracle at Delphi was very famous. And for hundreds of years, it was a different oracles. One died off, they'd get a new one. Don't ask me how. An ad in Craigslist. And there was this cave that you would have to enter. And kings and emperors and empresses and mighty, mighty people would come to the oracle, and they would ask her questions like very important questions like, should we burn down the city of Sparta and sow the fields with salt? That's hard to say. Or should I topple that king and seize his throne? And, stuff like that. She would answer in verse. And sometimes her answers were a little tricky. So you had to be a little careful about how you interpreted them. Now I guess I don't think she's still there. And now I think we would ask more modern day questions like, probably not, should I burn down the city of Sparta and sow the fields with salt? More along the lines of, does Ashley in accounting think I'm cute? But so that's kind of the tale of the Pythoness, the Oracle of Delphi. And hi, Casey, in Elyria, Ohio. Elyria, what a beautiful name. And Casey's also a beautiful name. Give me 3 minutes. We're just going to quickly do the tarot weather, where we're going to predict the psychic weather for the next week. And I'm going to spontaneously, seriously, close my eyes and pick 3 cards. And here we go. And this is going to be for the week coming up, starting today. So the first card is first few days. Second card is middle of the week. Third card is like sort of Monday to Wednesday. Wow, these are nice cards. I'm glad I picked these. So hang out with me, Casey. And Casey, while you're waiting, I'm going to ask you to do the vagus nerve breath, VAGUS, which is where you breathe in deeply and then breathe out as though you're blowing out a birthday candle. It can sound like a whoopee cushion, not that dignified, but the longer you do that breath, the more relaxed and more sort of activated your vagus nerve is, which kind of regulates the central nervous system, which is a good thing. Just trust me on that. Okay, the first card is the Ace of Pentacles, which says to me, aces and tarot, as in poker, are good things. Aces are always the beginning of a new cycle. And this cycle has to do with prosperity. If you're seeing like this huge hand coming out of the sky with a coin, it generally is considered a good thing. Either that or, like the Oracle of Delphi, you might be suspended over a fissure filled with psychotropic gases, but probably not. So this is a really good card in that it indicates a little financial windfall. It indicates the beginning of a cycle in which you're more attuned to the fact that money is all around us. That doesn't mean you can go take somebody else's, but it does mean that once you get out of the headset of worry, thinking about money with worry and fear and that stuff, and start to think about money as your friend and somebody you work well with and all of that good stuff. Essentially what this means is there's money coming to you in some form or other at the beginning of this week. Okay, yay. This is an interesting card. The Two of Wands. This guy is dressed a little like Christopher Columbus, and he is, as you'll see, holding a globe up. This means that you've started a project and you've taken a few steps into it. You've sort of come up with the idea, kind of seeing how it goes. And this is the moment where you're deciding, do I stay here and finish this, or should I ditch this and do something else? My advice would be, if you've started a project of any kind in the last week or two, or even month, stick with it. As you can see, he's looking at the globe in his hand and reassuring himself that the earth is in fact round, which it is. Don't listen to anybody who tells you it's not. And he's sent his ships off into the sunset, but he's telling them they'll come back, telling himself they'll come back laden with gold, and so will yours. Stick with whatever project this is, and it's going to be successful. Oh, and I love this. Is awesome. The third card, not picked beforehand, is the World card, which means success in something only you can do in a way only you can do it. It doesn't necessarily mean that, like this young lady, you have to take off all your clothes, put on a purple scarf, and dance around in some laurel leaves while animals look at you. Although if that's your idea of a good time, knock yourself out. But this does mean the world is worldly success. It means positive attention and support for whatever endeavor this is that you want support for. It's very good cards. So I love doing that. So to sum up, this week begins with a little windfall. This could be as small as winning a $10 scratch off card, which I actually happened to do this morning. I never do scratch off, but sometimes. So, and the important thing is notice, no matter how small or big the windfall that comes early this week is, just take notice and be grateful. Bigger stuff's coming. And now we're going to go to Casey. Are you still there, Casey?
Yes, I'm listening.
Oh, good. Thank you, love. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm awesome. Thank you. So I like to connect people through their birthdays. So I'm going to ask you to tell me your birthday. And then if you have a
November
question.
18th.
Oh, you're an 18th too. Cool. Oh, a Scorpio. Love Scorpios here. All right. It sounds like you have a very specific question. You have a sort of a business-like tone. So how can I help you the most?
I just wanted to know about my future, like what's coming to me.
About your
Is my life
future
going
or
to
your?
get better?
Hold on a second. Let me
This
see.
is like my present.
Have you been having like the same problem over and over and over again for about 2.5 years?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I think actually, and I'm not just, as you know, if you watch the program regularly, I don't just say stuff. I think there's an old pattern. How can I put this? Okay, in my own life, I've noticed sometimes in the past I would be working through like a childhood family role. So, for instance, let's say in your family, you're sort of the scapegoat and everybody kind of blames you and you get used to accepting blame and then you feel responsible for everybody. And it's a pattern you repeat in your life until you finally work through it. And it feels like there's a pattern from your family of origin that you're repeating over and over in your life, but it feels like it's ready to leave. And that pattern has to do with like abandonment. It feels like even though you do the right thing and you're a lovely person, it feels like for the past 2.5 years, people have just been vanishing. That's going to stop, and it's going to stop soon. Is that true?
Yes, very true.
Thank you. So here's what I'd like you to do. Every morning, I'd like you to just get up and say, "Hello, world, you're lucky to have me." Or say something that makes you feel like you're worthy because you're a really good person. This is what's so confusing about these patterns. And this pattern really is about to change for you. Like, honestly, I think it's going to change like in the next week. And so I don't know why this stuff happens, but I guess if you're one of those people who says everything happens for a reason, I guess we're given these things to sort of learn lessons for our soul to get bigger or whatever. For whatever reason, here's what's happened to you in the last couple of years. You've done everything right. You've had integrity. You have stuck around when other people haven't, like for people who needed you. You have shown up for friends, and somehow you're not getting any credit for that. And it's really annoying to me as I see this for you. Let me do this too. I'm just going to do a little Reiki on you quick. Okay. Okay. So it feels like starting next week, you're no longer open for business for people who abandon you. And starting towards August and September, those people are going to start coming back. So hold the fort. For now, do things that make you happy. I want you to be radically selfish because your idea of selfish is other people's idea of being Mother Teresa. You are not a selfish person. I want you to be what you would consider selfish. There's also, it feels like some sort of love life thing coming back around in August. I can't, wait a minute, hold on. I'm not sure if I'm right about this. It feels like you had a breakup during that time, but I think this person's going to
I'm
come back
currently
around.
in a relationship and have been for a little long time.
Okay. Then that's, I have 91% accuracy, but there's that tricky 9% that sometimes screws up. So sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
Oh, yeah, no, I like this person. Ah. Oh, that's interesting. I think I read that wrong. Essentially, doing this job is like playing charades with people I can only half see, my guides. So I'm going to rephrase the thing about somebody coming back into your life. I think something's going to happen in August in your relationship. Ah, okay. That is going to have to do with somebody or something, your partner in your partner's life, that he, she, or they thought they lost, or was there's going to be some sort of reunion. It's going to be good. Something is happening in you and your partner's life in August that's going to be good. It's going to be surprising. It's going to be good. But yes, and the people I can tell you really strongly that your future is it's looking a lot better than the last 2.5 years. I'm really sorry you went through that.
Well, thank you, and that makes me feel so much better.
Am I allowed to say that it sucks that you went through that? Producer, is that okay?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm allowed to say it sucks.
Yes.
Yeah. My producer's just like, sure. Yeah, because am I right? Is what I said, does that feel accurate to you? Because I'm feeling it really strongly.
Yes, it's accurate, like 100%.
Good, I'm so glad. And when those people come back, send them to New York. I'll kick their butts and send them back to you, because and you don't have to take any of them back. The other thing is, I'll tell you that in September to October, it feels like you're either going to be changing jobs or going up a notch at whatever you do for work. I think you're going to be changing. There's a little more money coming in, and there are better people coming in. Got it. You're going to be around then, September, October. You're going to be doing something that puts you into a community of people. You know how, like, if you join a church or whatever, you'll be you've got some really good people coming up. So sod those other people, and you've got a lot of good karma working for you. Because
great. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, my love. And let me know how you're doing. My name is Perry Lyons, PERILYONS. I'm on Facebook or perrylyons.com. Just drop me a line, because I care. And I'm nosy too. All right.
I will. And thank you so much.
All right, love. Thank you so much. I get the coolest people on this show. So take care, love. While we're waiting for the next caller, we've got that was Danielle in Raleigh, North Carolina is ready. So, or Danielle, are you there? Hi, baby.
Yes.
I love the name Danielle. How are you today?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Good. Is it bloody hot there as it is here?
Yes.
So, all right, my love, I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So I'm going to ask you when your birthday is.
February 27, 1984.
Oh, I love that day. So you're like early issue Pisces. You're in the Pisces part of Pisces. Yeah, we love I'm a Pisces. I'm at the other end of Pisces, but rock on. What is it? Why are Pisces women so cool? And Pisces men, I mean, God bless them, but they're very charming, but they're very weak. Sorry, any Pisces man who's listening. It's true. I'm sorry. I'm not apologizing for it. All right, baby. How can I help you? Right? Am I right? Pisces women are badasses.
I wanted to know, as far as my career is concerned, because right now I'm having a bit of issue with struggling financially, and I just wanted to know, will that improve? Will that get better?
Yeah, you're working beneath. I want you to take bigger risks. I want you to go out there and get a job that's scary for you to even apply for. Hold on. What are you good at? Oh, you're good with kids.
Yeah, I have 3 daughters. I'm currently doing truck driving at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure if that's the right career path. I don't know. I'm just struggling financially. So I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure
Oh,
out.
sweetie. Let me pick a couple of cards for you. Stay right there. Oh, cool. All right. Well, the first card wants to acknowledge and thank you for your hard work as mom. The Empress card is the card. Interestingly, it's card not only of the mother, the Empress, but it's the card of a prosperous mother. So this is kind of a reassuring card for you.
Wow.
Oh, and you do have some sort of new start coming up with the Ace of Wands. This says to me, if you use your days off to kind of look around or see what you actually would like to do. And the Queen of Pentacles says to me that this is a good time for you to do that, but you are going to make some money. You're going to be a little more financially solvent. It feels to me like one of your kids is out of the house, right? Because it feels like two are kind of grown-ish and one is sort of smallish. Is that right?
Yeah, I have my youngest daughter with me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Awesome.
And my dog.
Grownish, smallish. But so the two grownish ones you don't have to worry about, but they're fine. Boy, are they different. Holy mackerel. Those two daughters are really different than each other.
Yes, they are. My youngest, she's a Pisces as well.
Yeah, that's what I got. Your youngest and you are really bonded. She's adorable. Your kids are cool. I love your kids. Wow. And I think it's the oldest is a real badass. She's a real go-getter. But the youngest is just adorable. Is the youngest in March? Is her birthday in March?
How do you? Yes, March.
That's my job, right. Baby. I'm good at my job. Don't ask me to balance a checkbook. Don't ask me to walk a straight line without tripping over a decimal. But I'm good at my job. Thank you. So, yeah, I think really think you're going to be okay. I think there's some stuff. You'd be really good. You're really good in sales. I think that's a natural talent for you. You'd be good in childcare, but honestly, small children are like portable petri dishes, and don't go there. I like you in sales. I like you in customer service because you're really not. People just like you. I like you. People like you. They do. And if also you might want to contact, and you can do this because our representatives are here to serve us. You can call your local representative's office, like your congressman or whatever, and you can ask if there are services that will help you get grants to get trained for things. I think you'd be a hell of a hair person. But there are, if you're in a certain income bracket, and who hasn't been at one time or another in this life, there are grants available. You can get like trade schools paid for, and you're really smart. You can do this. I really think I can really see you as a somebody who'd be great at hair or makeup, or if that takes a year and a half to train for, and you can make stupid money. I would start thinking about that. That's where I'm really seeing you doing something that's skilled, that uses your terrific personality. And in the meantime, because trucking is so, I don't drive, so I can't really speak about trucking, except it just seems really cool that you do that. But it does take you away from home. And I want you to do something where people get to interact with you because you're just that cool. And I want people to interact with you because they will come away the better for it. That's all. And I think the more people you're around, the better you do. Isolation's not good for you. You're very social. Yeah. So, yeah. So that's what I think about, because I'm seeing things getting better. And I'm also seeing that you are actually one of the few people who's actually going to listen to what I'm saying and do some of this. I think you are going to look around and see if, I know hairdressing school doesn't sound exciting, but I think you could do really well at something like that, or some sort of trade, and something where you're interacting with people. Because here's the thing, as artificial intelligence comes in and is doing more writing and more people's jobs, there's no robot that is going to replace somebody who does her hair. It's not something that I'm seeing robots coming in and replacing anytime soon. And especially because you've got a really good personality. I think there's some job security in the jobs that kind of robots can't do. That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. What do you like doing? If I may be so bold.
I mean, I like trucking, but I just feel like I want to be at home more to be with my, my family. So I want to make sure if something else that is financially, secure, so I can take care of them.
I'm also getting a strange psychic feeling, woo, that there's something not far from where you live that's hiring, that might not be a bad thing to do while you're researching the other stuff. Let me see okay, you're here. And I'm not talking something like Home Depot. I'm talking something like nice that pays pretty well. I would go about 2.5 miles, I want to say north of where you are. And there's a little main street there. There's something on that main street. I don't even know what the main street, maybe it's called Main Street, but it looks like it's in a sort of artistic part of town, but there's something there. Maybe it's more towards Raleigh. I'm sorry. Here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing, like, how cities big and small sometimes have these little sections where they have cute little houses that are painted different colors, and they're like cool little shops, and there's like sort of an arty district, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm talking. You got it. So this is about 2.5 miles, up to 4 miles away. It's north. It's more towards like Raleigh, whatever. And there's some businesses there that are, there's something on that block in that part of town for you. Whether it's like a hotel that's hiring, because you'd be very good at hotel work, like reception work. As I've said, people like you and you're trustworthy. It's very hard to find people to work at hotels, and that pays well. And you're trustworthy. You don't steal. You don't even think about it. You don't, you show up, you do your job, people like you, you go home. So there's something in that area. So, grab the smallish child, go there, buy her some ice cream, look around, and let me know what happens, because I care and I'm also nosy. I really think you've got some good stuff coming up. Please keep in touch. My name's Perry. Hi, I'm Perry Lyons. And find me on Facebook. Oh, you're welcome, gorgeous. And let me know.
You have a good one. I will. Too. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. I love my job. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. I get the best people calling in. And come back next Wednesday. We're on Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio. I think it's also called Ask 1R Radio. And I'm Perry Lyons. That's P as in pneumonia, E-R-I, Perry, like Periwinkle. Lyons is Lyons. You can find me at perrylyons.com. Although, honestly, I must never check my website. But you can. Or find me on Facebook, Perry Lyons on Facebook. And just come back next week, because I just, I just love you. And that color looks great on you. All right.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul to Soul with Medium Kelly Kristen. Live from MediumKellyKristen.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul to Soul
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Soul. I am your host, Medium Kelly Kristen. And as always, it is great to be here with you tonight. I hope I'm not going to cough too much. Last week, I had my 102 fever, right, with COVID, and I still have the COVID coughs. So, with me, fingers crossed. I hope everyone had a great week. I was doing my COVID thing, but I'm in good spirits. I feel a lot better today, so that's great news. I wanted to talk a little bit about the giveaway that I was giving away last week. If you liked and joined my business Facebook page, I am struggling a little bit with that. So I can see who has liked and followed. I just can't see who the people are. So maybe that should be the giveaway. Anyone who can tell me how to figure out who the people are wins the reading, right? I'm just kidding. If you can let me know somehow that you're an A1R Psychic Radio listener or Moonstruck TV listener in the comments, that way I know who is looking to be put in the thing for the free reading. Okay, how about that? So I didn't choose anybody this last time because I couldn't tell who you were, and I apologize if I missed somebody. Just let me know and we'll figure it out. But I did have someone from the time before, so let's see. I wrote her name down. Oh, she's from Australia. So Reagan King, if you're listening tonight, just get a hold of me and we will figure out a time to do the reading. Okay, so perfect. Also, I haven't pulled a card in a long time, and I feel like I maybe want to do that tonight. Remember, we're always working on shining our light a little brighter, so maybe this will be a message that we need tonight. It's my Alice in Wonderland deck because it's been such a crazy week, right? She's kind of a crazy girl. So let's see which one. Here we go. Oh, and we got Shine Bright Like a Candle every single time. Like, I can't make this up. This one says, shine bright like a candle. You will make it through this. So I'm really bad at that. Okay. So perhaps that's for me, but I bet it's for the rest of you too. So remember that light that we shine that's bright, it's our soul leading our way, right? Each of us has a big, bright, shiny light in our heart space, and it helps to guide us. So let's remember that for the week coming up. And I think I already have a caller. Let's see, Alexa.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing okay. And I'm so sorry. I did write down, I thought, where you're from. Can you tell me again where you're from? Oh, Memphis.
I'm from Memphis. Yes, ma'am. Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh my gosh. How beautiful. Do you have a question for me, or what kind of reading were you looking for tonight?
Do you do mediumship at all?
I do.
I would love that.
Okay. Is there any, though the tricky part is, with the 10 or 15 minutes we have, it can be short. So if we get cut off, you can find me on the Facebook page. Okay. Or under my name. All right. So is there anybody in particular that you were looking to connect with, or are you just looking for?
No, yeah, my fiance passed away in December, so his name is Zane Werner.
What was that again, then?
His name is Zane Warner, if you need that information.
Okay. Did you say Zane?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, that's a very cool name. Okay. Let me just, okay. The very, very first thing that he does before I can even try to connect with him is he steps in with a humongous, like the biggest bouquet of roses I've ever seen. And I know that sounds pretty.
He always did that. He always did that.
Okay, I was wondering because, that's a sign, of course, that Spirit likes to use a lot. I bring a bouquet of flowers, but this guy is like, if he could fill up the entire room with this big bouquet of flowers, he would. So he brings us for you. And I wonder if there's also something else. He makes me wonder if there's something else about roses in particular.
He does have a big rose tattoo, like on the palm of his hand, like on the front part of his hand.
Okay.
It's pretty big.
What, on the inside? Did you say?
No, on the front.
Oh,
on the front, top of his hand.
Okay. I don't know if that's it, but it makes me feel like it has something to do with the way he proposed to you. That's where I was going to go with it. It makes me wonder if there was something about roses, or if you talked about your wedding having certain flower arrangements. Would that mean anything to you?
Around our engagement, yes. I think it was the day before he got me a bunch of roses the day before.
Okay. Maybe it'll come out a little bit more too, because it makes me feel like there's something else with these roses, the tattoo, obviously, but I didn't give you that piece of information. So I wanted to validate a little bit more. It almost feels like there was some talk, I feel like would he be the kind of person that would do like the rose petals down a path kind of a thing? Did he do anything like that when he asked you to marry him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm going to let that go. It does seem important, but if you can think of something, let me know.
Okay.
He also makes me feel like you do know that he's around you a lot.
I do.
And I wonder if you actually hear your name called.
I have before, yes.
Okay. And I also feel like he is with you a lot, especially at night, because I feel like at night, I don't know if you live by yourself or if you go into like a room by yourself. But it almost feels
like live alone by myself.
Because it almost, sorry, I don't mean to talk over you, sweetheart. It almost feels like it's when you think about him the most is when your mind is kind of trying to settle down for the night. And I feel like that's when he's with you the most, just to know. And I feel like he wants to comfort you, and he wants to, and I'm sure he did this in life too, like wrap the blanket around you and get you something to drink, and almost like that, like get your shoes for you and stuff like that. He just feels like, well, I was going to say put your slippers on, but I don't think anyone ever does that anymore. But it's almost that feeling of he wants to pamper you and take care of you. And I feel like this is something he would have done for you in life as well, because he just feels like one of those guys that it's, I don't want to say rare, but he's just very much a gentleman. And for him, it was all about you, almost to the point of feeling a little bit like traditional, like old school about how he treats women, and you in particular, which is very refreshing.
Yes.
Now, would he have left a dog behind, or do you have a dog? Neither?
I am about to get a dog. A brand new puppy.
Okay. All right. Because I feel like there's some connection with him and a dog. And so do you already have the dog picked out? Because I feel like this dog. You do? Okay.
Yes, I do. Yes, I get her in 4 weeks.
Can you verify, did you choose the dog, or did the dog choose you? Do you know what I mean?
The dog chose me.
Yeah, okay, because that's what I feel like. I feel like he had a hand in that. I feel like Like, I don't know if you were thinking about getting between two dogs and this one stuck out for a reason. Okay. Because he makes me feel like he actually had a hand in helping you to meet this dog. And there's something very special about this little puppy. And I wonder if there's, have you named her already?
I have.
Okay. Because I wonder if there's something about her name that also has meaning for him. I'm not saying this is the dog's name, but the name that just popped in when I was talking about names, would you know a Roxy or Roseanne?
No.
It's okay if you don't, but there's that Rose again. So, and this is one of those things where if I had a lot more time, I could dig into it deeper, and we can after this if you'd like to.
I would love to.
Okay, because there's something very, very special about this little sweet thing. Is she white by any chance?
She's not.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I just see a white dog, and I just wanted to mention that. Let's see.
Now, he did have a white dog that passed away years ago, and he was very, very close to that dog.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's what he's referencing. Were there other things about him that were old-fashioned? That's what I keep wanting to say.
Yes.
Like, I want to say almost like if he had a mustache, it would be like one of the handlebar mustache, kind of like that.
No, not at all that. But he was just so, he just had such an old soul, and he was so old school, like he was. Not as far as really in the way that he dressed and things like that, but just such an old soul.
Okay,
sure.
that makes sense because that for me was a sign. Like, it just seems when I think old fashioned, I think of that. But you did a perfect job of explaining to me because I can feel his energy. The next thing, because we're almost out of time, he wants you to know how much he loves you and how he is fine. I don't know if there was some trepidation about him not being okay, but he's completely fine. And I would really love to continue this conversation with you if you
absolutely. You just let me know when, and I'll reach out to you, and you just get back to me when you can.
Yeah, please do.
Yes,
I'd
absolutely.
Love
Thank you so much.
Because it's so refreshing to run across a gentleman like this. That's what I want to say.
Yes.
So thank you so much for letting me read for you this short amount of time. To the rest of you, stay tuned for my friend Carmel Ann and Soulfully Glided, and I will see the rest of you all next week. Good night.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soulfully Guided with Carmel Ann. Live from soulfullyguided.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soulfully Guided
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to another week of Soulfully Guided. I'm your host, Carmel Ann. And I want to say, well, first of all, a huge thank you to Kelly, our former host, who always introduces me and welcomes me in as she's closing her show. Thank you. That means the world to me. A huge shout out to A1R Psychic Radio Moonstruck TV for having me. And if anyone's noticed, I took 2 weeks off. I was sick and just in the background, waking up to beautiful messages from our executive producer and everything that goes on the scenes and behind the scenes as well to keep us hosts happy. Now, today we're going to go into a call-up, but I really want to do a special shout-out. So here in Australia, it is the school holidays, and two of my most favourite people in the world are tuned in watching the show. So my husband is watching and my beautiful eldest daughter, Alex. So hello, Alex. Mummy loves you very much, and I hope you'd like my show. It's really hard having the youngest in daycare with the eldest home, and it's yeah, it would be nice to have the little one home too, but we can't disrupt her schedule, or her social life. So we are going to go into a call-up, but 2 weeks ago, or well, 3 weeks ago, I mentioned that I was going to talk about spiritual awakenings. We are going to touch on that, but might need a little bit more time than a quick rushed session. Part of growing spiritually and opening up does call for awakenings. Blessings to everyone that has an easy time waking up and opening their third eye. However, for some like me, I struggled for a whole year. I cried while I was mourning my old self and basically making way for the new, better version of me to come through. So that was a really challenging time. What I am doing is, for anyone that is interested in studying tarot, I recommend having someone. Oh, we have Sarah. Hi, Sarah from Montana.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome to the
Hello
show.
there.
Bear with me just one sec. So I'm going to introduce to everyone who's interested in studying tarot. I'm doing my early bird discounts, and I've finally put together some courses, a beginner, intermediate and advanced. So if you're interested, they start in August. Reach out to our social media or our website, soulfullyguided.com, and I'll be able to help with any inquiries or bookings. Now, Sarah, welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Now, I'm a tarot reader. I would love to do your reading on the show. Do you have a question or something you'd like to ask about?
I do actually. I'm having issues with my work.
Yep. Okay. Now, do you want to do a general read? Do you want to ask how to deal with the issue? Is there, while I have you here, is there something specific that you really want to know?
If it's the right place for me.
Okay, let's look at this. So, is Sarah's current workplace the right place for her? Now, I'm going to be a bit cheeky and chuck in some advice and guidance, and also a general look at what does it look like if you move on to another workplace. Nothing specific. Would you like me to add those in?
Yes, please. That'd be great.
Okay, so is this the right workplace for Sarah? What's an outcome card, please? Can I have an outcome card? So I'm just pulling the cards. Can I have some advice and guidance? What does it look like if you leave? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to go through this. If it was a private reading or we had more time, I would love to explore how to tackle these issues at work in further detail, because I feel there's like some erratic mentality, rushing, and sort of things don't feel stable or settled either. Does that resonate with you at all?
Yes.
It's actually a very uncomfortable feeling, and it is quite irrational on the workplace's behalf. So what I would like you to do is, rather than think you need to shift jobs, because ultimately the outcome is looking good, but you're in the heart of the challenges right now. And that's where I'd love, if not with me or, even another reader, to explore how to combat this time in your workplace, to give you to give you just some relief and, some feeling less stressed. I think when you're outside of your workplace, the best you can do is get your mind off it, switch off your body and your mind. And I know there's other responsibilities outside of work, but you really need to use your outside of work time to really recuperate your body so you can sort of get back into it the next day, which is, really challenging to do. And you are in the heart of the problem. Looking at the workplace as it is now, seems like no one's seeing eye to eye. No one's even listening to each other. It is a very challenging place. People are all trying to get their version or their, minds, the way that everyone's talking, but no one's listening. And it is in the heart of the problems. When we do look at this, though, I think the outcome looks really favorable, that it's financially rewarding, and you'll sort of be in a better place. And I think part of that is not giving in to anything that's going on in work, trying to do your own thing and finding your own way to switch off from other people's BS, if I say. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I really want to stress the outcome card is good, which means if you were to leave because of this erratic and instability and uncertain time at work, I would probably feel like you felt hard done by, and it probably wouldn't give you the answers or what you're looking for. I think you'd be quite exhausted, and you might be thinking, oh, I'm still, it's still not 100%. I think the outcome of staying where you are for the moment looks better than rushing off to another workplace. You might get a bit of a shock factor there. So stick it out, but I would explore how to deal with it better if you can. If we've got time, I will try. I think as a person, you're very competent and you're very capable. You will make things work. And that's probably why it's a struggle for you at the workplace, because there's no seeing rationality or logic. It's actually quite hard to be reasonable with people. There's also an emotional imbalance, and it's quite exhausting. So rather than looking at just one way to solve a problem or to look at something, there are many other options available to you that you might be blinded to because there's so much noise around you in the workplace. I would recommend looking at other alternatives and options and approaches to things that sort of pique your interest and, get that spark back into you. How do you feel about that?
I think that you are just absolutely 100% dead on. and you're saying what I'm thinking. I'm trying to come up with new approaches to solving the issues. It's a bunch of family working together that fight and drink and that own a bar. So I'm yeah. So I'm trying to figure out how to get us all on the same page and we all love each other, but listen.
I think it's like there's no, look, the funny thing about it is there's no toxicity. Look, it's not even showing stubbornness. It's like you're just so capable and competent. And this is not something you'd usually deal with because you solve it before it gets to this point, but no one is listening. Like there's no rationality or practicality. And yeah, it will get better. But
okay. Well, I will stick with it, and I will, yeah.
Now that you say it's family, it's quite funny. I'm sorry to say it's yeah. I see how it's come up that way.
It's actually not even my family. It's my son's father's family, and we haven't been together for 17 years. So I work for them.
Wow.
So
You got to take charge.
It's a whole other mess too.
Oh,
Yeah. We all love each other so much. We're all very close, and we all, when it gets down to it, we all love each other so much. But like you said, everyone is talking and nobody's listening.
So I think to deal with this, I've just put a few cards. Sometimes we need to slow down, like instead of just someone saying anything, to try and just think before we speak, use our logic and our practicality, be rational, don't be a radical, rush into decisions or, conflict and, rush resolutions that are, a bucket on a Band-Aid sort of a fix. And you all have to act as a team and be mentally strong to be able to be emotionally there for each other as well.
I agree.
I have had so much, I've had a great experience, Sarah, reading for you. Thank you for letting me in. Our show is almost over, so thanks for coming through with this and this personal topic. I hope it does
so much.
You are so welcome. It's been a pleasure. You're welcome to call the show or the network anytime for a reading.
Awesome. Thank you.
To everyone else, we'll see you next week for another show, and I'll touch on some spiritual awakening, the pros and the cons, and the challenges, which is not always a fun experience, but a well worth it one. Thank you, everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from wingsofsoulswithjulie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. Good evening. Thank you so much for being here with me. I hope you are all having a wonderful, wonderful week, and it's almost the weekend. Time for celebrations here in the U.S. with our Independence Day coming up on us. And also, I just spoke with a friend just before our show here today in Canada, and they are going to be celebrating Canada Day. So, happy holidays to all of those who are celebrating independence and Canada Day, and hope you are all doing something fun and enjoying that with some family and friends. So today I was pulling a card for all of you out there, and I pulled the card that is, it's only a thought, and a thought can be changed. And I thought that was so interesting because, we are all about our thoughts. I don't know about you, but I'm a Gemini. I'm always in my head, thinking and overthinking and rethinking. And so I have to be very mindful about my thoughts. And of course, my husband, kind of on the other end of the spectrum, he's all about fun and play, and he's always throwing things out there. And I'm like, watch what you say. The universe is listening. We are a mirror of what we send out there, right, is what we're going to get back. So it's always really important to make sure that you are being very thoughtful in your thoughts, in your thought processes, and thinking about what you are sending out there. And, you know, when I grew up, I was kind of a worrywart, right? And there is a fantastic quote. Don't ask me where it's from. I can't remember where it is from, but the quote is fantastic. And I actually have it sitting by my desk. And it says, "Today is the tomorrow that you worried about yesterday." So just stop and think about that for a few minutes, because I had to stop and do a double take when I first heard it. But it's today is the day that you worried about yesterday, and it is the tomorrow. So everything that you were concerned about, that you were thinking about, now is the day. Today is the day. So thinking about your thoughts is very important. You know, being mindful of your thoughts, of what is being out there, and knowing that you can change a thought, right? That's all it is it's a thought. It hasn't been put out there yet. It hasn't gone into, you know, the manifestation. So if it's something that's not resonating with you, then you can change it. It's just as simple as that. You can change that thought. You can change what the energy behind that thought, right? You may really like the thought, but the energy behind it isn't good. It doesn't feel right for you, right? So you can change that vibration. You can change that energy by going into it and shifting it, right? So, and there are a lot of ways that you can go in and shift and change that energy by shifting and changing what you are doing. Change your environment, right? Listen to some music, go out for a walk, do something that shifts or changes that thought process so that you can get on the right track with where you need to be and where you want to be. Now, life is not all about, you know, good and rosy and everything is fine. We're going to have those days that just get to us, that bring us down, that we are processing things, or maybe we are releasing and we just are not at our optimum. And that's okay. You have to be able to be okay with those days. And sometimes it's really hard to be okay with those days. It's really hard to have those good thought processes and those good thoughts. And that's okay. Let it be what it is. Let it go through the process and then come back around with it. And, you know, be in the thoughts that you want to be. So whatever you're throwing out there to the universe, just know that they're going to throw that back at you tenfold, right? So being mindful of your thoughts is very, very important. And like I said, I tell that to my husband all the time. Be careful. The universe is listening, which they are all the time. So be gentle with yourselves. If you're going through a rough time, it's okay. We're all going to go through those rough times. But just know that you can change that thought process and you can turn that around and make it into the space and the vibration that you need it to be by simply just changing a few things within you or with your environment. So as you were sitting there this weekend, enjoying all the festivities, enjoying family and friends, be mindful about your thoughts and what thought processes are going through. Have fun, relax, enjoy, and let everything come through for you, right? It's all about shifting that energy, having a little bit of fun too, right? As you're doing it. So I hope you all have a fantastic weekend this weekend and coming into July 4th and are enjoying all that, and watch your thoughts. All right. I don't even have my chat up yet. Hello. Thank you, Angela, for calling in this evening, and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I am good, thank you. What can I do for you this evening?
So I was just kind of looking for some guidance, kind of curious to see on what you're just picking up on in general. I'm kind of at a weird place in life when it comes to like career, my dream pursuits, and things like that. And you know, I'm in the middle of like, I know that I'm in a process of like a shift, and it's just like things that just started getting a little crazy. So I was just kind of wondering on what you can chime in for me on that.
Okay. Okay. So are you, I'm trying to, because this could go in so many different directions.
Yeah.
So are you looking for maybe some clarity around the job? Is that kind of what you're looking for?
Yeah, it's like, so there's this career that I want to pursue. I'm actually in the metaphysical industry. But currently I have like a regular day job, and it's kind of like, you know, it's just like it seems like the energy is trying to push me out of this day job, because it's just, I feel like the energy's pushing me out. But with the field work, it's just like, I just don't see how there's like a clear path, because it seems like the door for the regular day job wants to close, and this door wants to open with the holistics, you know, that I've been studying and working towards pursuing for like over 10 years. I've been doing a lot of self-education and things like that. And it's just, it seems like the energy just wants to shut the door on on like the regular, normal, average person job. And I'm just like, but I'm not even like, I don't even have a spot to do the other work in. So I'm just kind of like, I need a little something, you know?
Yeah, no, I get it. So what I'm hearing from you right now is, or what your guides are telling me, is that you okay, hold on here. You need to start moving, right? You need to start moving in that direction. So what they're saying is, yes, you've taken all these courses, you've prepped yourself, you're doing all of that. It's about taking that step, right? It's about being in that space and that energy of that healing work, because yes, the day job might be unfulfilling for you right now, right? But it's about you actually taking that first step and, you know, doing something as far as, you know, do you take clients on a weekend? Do you do them after work? What does that look like? Do you do that before you go to work? You know, I don't know what that looks like for you, but what they're saying is you need to step forward. You need to move into that piece of it, because the reason you're feeling very unfulfilled in your daytime job is because you're supposed to be doing this other work, right? And it's okay to have the day job, but then start moving in the direction of the other one. But it's like, take the step. I just keep hearing, take the step, right?
Yeah, I guess I've just been struggling to find a location. So over the winter, I had an opportunity, and I was doing it over the winter. But you know how people in the field tend to butt heads based on, you know, our own growth? Like, because if one of us keeps growing and the rest of them in the group aren't really kind of growing, you know, it's just kind of like the butt heads. It seems like every time I start getting myself into a location, there's like head butting. And it's just like, I do my shadow work. I try to keep myself in check at all times. And it's just like, I guess I just haven't really found a good space to do it in that I feel like I can do it without judgments from others in the field.
Right. So you're absolutely right. So as you grow and you shift, right, things are going to shift around you as well. And you are 100% correct. There are some people that you are going to butt heads with because they're not on the same vibration as you are. And that's okay. right?
Yeah.
So I'm being asked, why do you feel you need a location? Is this something that you could be doing at your home, like carving out a little space within your home to do this work?
That's really been the conflict, because I live in the house I grew up in, and they are afraid of the industry. They pretty much say the industry is dangerous versus, it's just like a lot of miscommunication and a lot of fear. I'm from a large family, and there's a lot of trauma based on mediumship gifts and things like that when we were kids growing up. So a lot of them shut down. So they want no part of it in this house. So that's kind of where I'm at a, standstill with doing it at home.
Right. So I'm being shown like traveling. Like I see you in your car and you're pulling stuff out and you're actually going to your clients, right?
Okay.
Like you're making visits.
To do like house calls.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Is it Reiki that you're doing or massage?
So I do intuitive energy healing, and I also coach and mentor people on the intuitive energy healing. I am a Reiki master teacher as well, but I'm really big into teaching energetic safety and just letting people know. It's like almost like I coach people on learning how to be the healer that they are, because intuitive energy healing anybody can do as long as they know protocols and safety. So it's like I'll do it, but I like to let people know, like, you have the power to do this yourself.
Right. So what I'm also getting is, the teaching. Like, I feel a really strong piece for you for teaching. And so that could be done in several settings, right? That could be done, maybe it's a friend's house that you can go to. Maybe there is a local spiritual place where you could hold a class, or you can do it online, right? So it's about looking at things and trying to go outside the box to be able to do what it is that you are wanting to do, what your heart is calling to do. So it's taking a bigger, look, like actually stepping back and saying, okay, how can I make this work with what I have at the moment?
Okay, that makes sense.
But I'm really feeling like this huge teaching piece for you.
Yeah, I love teaching and mentoring. I have a couple girls that I do mentor, and I don't charge them because I'm really big on making sure that I feel confident in the people that I take on first before I end up charging people, because it's like, we all have to build our confidence in the line of work that we do before we can actually feel like, we're kind of at a point where, yes, I'm going to be effective, and yes, this is going to benefit people for the highest good,
So what I'm being shown is you need to start charging.
Okay.
Start charging. You know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So sit down with spirit and ask them how much you should charge for a session, right? Because you are worthy of charging for your services. You do know what you are doing. You do know, and you bring valuable pieces. I mean, so let me ask you a question. When you get done mentoring or teaching, do people walk away with great information? And do they say, wow, that was amazing. Like, that was fantastic.
Yeah, a lot of the time they hear a lot of things that aren't being taught, especially like where I'm at. Like, they learn a lot about themselves, because it's like, I can tell them everything I do, but everybody's unique. You could have a group of 7 healers, and each healer could pick up on something different. We could go into a space, and one healer could pick up on something that the rest of them don't pick up on. Doesn't make anybody else wrong. It's just we all have different senses for a reason.
Right.
So it's, And I feel like people, like the girls that I'm mentoring, they reach out to me freely because, like, one thing with energy healing and Reiki that I tell people, I'm like, I could literally sit down and do 8 hours and teach you Reiki 1, but is that going to be effective for you? And the answer is no, because every situation is different. So you have to handle each situation as it arises. Sometimes you can't go straight top to bottom with the energy healing. Sometimes you got to hit the elbow or the left pinky, you know, because you never know where the energy's sitting. So it is, you know, like life skills. So I feel like it really helps them not only with their energetic bodies, but with life and being able to navigate in the regular human stuff too.
Right. And you've been doing this long enough now. It's time for you to start getting paid for what you do, for the knowledge that you bring, for the channeling that you bring through for each and every student, right?
Yeah.
So sit down with spirit and have a conversation with them and figure out what that looks like, you know, in your business.
And then it's like, I've been reaching out in my community trying to figure out, well, like legal matters with it. And I'm like, well, would I need insurance to teach somebody? Do I need to go and get certified as like a coach in order to do it, even though I have my Reiki master's, teachers or whatever? Like, do I need more documents in order to kind of like, do I need insurance in order to teach? You know, it's like kind of like things that people really aren't offering as far as information wise. It's like they're kind of trying to hold that hostage from me in a way, it feels like.
Right. So what I'm being shown is that yes. So sorry, they're throwing things at me. Yes, it's good for you to know all of this. As far as the coaching piece of it, you can be an advisor. You could be a mentor, right? You don't have to put the label of coach necessarily on what you do, right? You teach classes, you teach understanding of how to work with energy and move with the energy. And of course, that's going to change. You know, in your class or your demonstrations might change depending on what student you have and what level they are at. But those are types of things that you already have the knowledge and the background of what you need to know and what you need to do. So it's like they're saying kind of, you know, push that aside. I mean, you can still charge for your services, you know, with those things.
Okay. So it's like I just need to just go and do it, I don't have to worry about legal matters as long as I know that what I'm doing is correct, in a sense. Like, obviously have your waivers, but it's like, just still go for it, even though there's still some uncertainties.
Right. So, you know, as far as those legal matters, I will be really honest. I've taken many classes and energy work, and I've never been asked to sign a waiver. I've never, you know, that hasn't even come up in the realm of things. Right. So when it comes to the energy working and things like that, I think it's a very different industry, and it doesn't always match up with other things in the legality portion of it. So
like I understand like hands-on energy healing, but I'm not a fan of hands-on energy work. I do like you know, you can touch somebody's energy field without actually physically touching their bodies.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely. And it, you know, it's the same, but it's the same kind of principle, right? So, you know, what I'm being shown is that you don't really need to have those types of things, you know, in place to be able to do the things that you do. if it makes you feel better, then, then follow that, or follow what spirit tells you. But what I'm being shown is that that's not really anything that should be holding you back.
So it's not necessary. Like, it could be, down the road if I really feel like I'm going to need it, but unless I'm really drawn to it in the moment, then don't push for it.
Right.
Because I feel like that's really been holding me back, is like the whole like uncertainty of the legal matters when it comes to the industry.
Right. Right.
So
it most definitely is holding you back.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, I mean, you've been getting your clients by word of mouth, right? So in some vein, these people know who you are, right?
Yeah. I feel like the universe just puts them in my space. I would never reached out to the people that I'd mentored. They just, one day they showed up where I'm at, and then we just instantly knew. It was like an instant mutual connection. Like, yeah,
sure, absolutely.
So
Spirit always brings to us who we resonate with and who is needing help, who is needing our services, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, even you and I talking today has been already orchestrated by the divine, right? It's by no coincidence that you and I are talking this evening. So it's the same, it's that same thing, right? Spirit's going to bring that person to you that needs to hear what you have to say, or be shown or taught the healing that you have to offer. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. So I definitely feel like you answered a lot on what reassurance, house calls is definitely a way that I can go about getting myself in the door.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think, as far as the legality points of that, it's a little bit harder in our industry to find somebody who is going to understand those types of legalities. And again, there's not that many healers out there that have those types of things. Good, bad, or indifferent, right? It just is what it is. But I'm being shown that this should not, you can pursue this if you want to, just so that you have an understanding of it and you feel better about it, but it shouldn't hinder you going out and, doing the work that you do.
Yeah, okay. So it won't cause me any harm if I don't focus on like the legal matters, as long as I stick with my morals and just know right from wrong and don't
Absolutely.
like, I'm just really big on energetic safety, and I'm just like huge in safety, and just like, obviously the whole, like, you don't do medical stuff and everything else. It's just
absolutely
like common sense if you're taught it, but it's not common sense for people who aren't.
Exactly. But you know all this stuff. You have a very keen awareness to this, and that's going to be what keeps you, true to the values of your, in your core being, right? That's who you are, right? You ask permission to work on somebody. You ask permission if it's okay if you check in with their angels and guides, right? You're doing all of those things, and you're asking for their permission. You're getting them to say, is this something that you want to engage in, right? Because you can always, if it's not, timing isn't right, if it doesn't feel right, it's okay to say no, right? So you give your clients all of those options so that they can weigh those out for themselves before you start the session. And so you've already set yourself up for that success.
Yeah.
And two, if they are coming to you, it's already an unspoken word that they're giving you permission, right? Because they have sought you out.
Yeah.
So, Angela, we're coming down to the last few seconds of our show this evening. So I'm going to have to say good night, but it has been wonderful speaking with you this evening, and I hope this has been helpful for you.
It definitely has been. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Best of luck.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you. All right, that does it for me, everyone. Enjoy your holiday weekend coming up. If you are in Canada or the US, have a wonderful, wonderful week. If you would like to have a reading with me, please check me out on my website at wingsofsoulswithjulie.com or my Facebook pages, Julie Yeager Walker Medium or Your Time to Shine. Have a great night, everyone.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Full Circle Wellness U with Renee Johnson. Renee Johnson. Live from FullCircleWellnessU.net.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Full Circle Wellness U
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I'm coming to you tonight from Fort Myers, Florida. You know, I'm from Tennessee, but I'm here on vacation and having a great time. I got to spend for the 4th of July down in St. Pete last night at the pier. And I just have to tell you, the love was incredible, you guys. You know, a lot of bad things happened with COVID and all the drama that went along with that. And still a lot of crazy things are going on in our world. But I have to tell you, we sat down at the pier last night and there were people from literally all over the globe. They were laughing and talking. They had puppy dogs and babies in strollers and kids. And it was just one big, amazing, happy family. And I was so grateful. So, oh my God, the gratitude, first of all, for my health being strong enough again that I can be part of all this. I can travel, I can drive. It's been, you know, I spent almost a year. I couldn't even drive a car or be in the car much. And it's incredible when you start getting your health back and you get stronger each day. And you just, you know, for you non-believers, I don't know how you do it. For me as a believer, oh God, my faith carries me far and wide. And, you know, about 2 years ago at this time, I didn't know if I'd be here. And I am just absolutely astonished with the amazing healing that's taken place in my body and in my life and in this world. So, you know, those folks last night were talking about, oh God, sickness and all the people that have died and the people they've lost in their lives. But when those started, those fireworks, you know, we bursted out in the song, Proud to be an American. And a lot of them weren't Americans, but they sang right along. And the joy and the compassion was just, oh, it was overwhelming. I mean, it was just so overwhelming. So I thought, you know, I think this show should be all about gratitude. So what are you grateful for? Are you grateful for your health? Are you grateful for your family, your loved ones, your job, your food? Because let me tell you, food is a big, big, big deal in our world. And I walked into a place called Detweiler's down in Fort Myers. And oh my goodness, I texted my husband. I said, I found heaven. And he said, what does that mean? So I sent him pictures of the produce section. You know, some women like diamonds. I like fruit. and I mean like real fruit, vegetables and fruit. And it was incredible because here in Florida, I mean, they've got it all. They've got dried fruits. They've got, you know, all these fresh, beautiful vegetables and this incredible, I mean, just array of colors. And then, you know, I started thinking about our chakra system. And, you know, the chakras are the energy centers in the body. And, you know, the light comes through the top, it comes through the crown chakra and the purple and the, you know, the incredible dark blues and the pale blue in the throat chakra, and then the solar plexus is the yellow, and the reproductive area is the orange, and then the root chakra, which connects us to Mother Earth and our earthly mothers and us as mothers. And, you know, that's red. And it's just like standing in that produce area again, more gratitude, my thought. And people, the mecca of people. I mean, there's people from Iran, there was people from Texas. And if y'all know me, I talked to everybody I could. And they were all laughing at me because I was just so, being from this little place in Tennessee, we're so limited on these amazing things that people take for granted every day. And don't get me wrong, I have a lot of things in Tennessee that, you know, people in other places don't even have that. So back to gratitude. I am so grateful. I'm grateful for this show. I'm grateful for this time. I'm grateful for this incredible, beautiful world we live in. I'm so grateful for my family. My mother's healthy and strong. My children are healthy and strong. I have beautiful grandchildren that are amazing and healthy and strong and just brilliant. And all my friends and the audience, my clients, just my husband. Oh my God, my husband he's the best. He's my best friend. He's everything. He's my soulmate. You know, well, most of my life wouldn't be possible without him, And so, Travis, if you're listening, I love you and thank you. Thank you for always supporting me and lifting me up. Because without you, I don't know where I'd be, honestly. So, what are you grateful for? What is it in your life? What is it that just trips your trigger? What is it that when you walk outside and you see the sky and you just it's just so beautiful, or do you really get lost in the stuff that is going on around you that brings you down and makes you sad? We all have those days, but let me tell you, lift your energy, lift your vibration. We're moving up, we're ascending, we really are. We're moving up into the fifth dimension, and then there's those of us or those people there and that are going to stay down here on the third. And I want to bring everybody up, and all we have to do is choose. And to choose that, you focus on the positive, you speak the positive, you build other people up. I think I talked about this last week. We've got to raise people up. You raise me up, I raise you up, and we both go up together. And, this is the key because our health gets better. We're in our awareness. We're not in fear mode. And there's a lot, there's a lot out there that can scare you if that's the energy you go into. But when you raise your vibration, guys, there ain't nothing that can touch you. Nothing, not one thing. And it's so amazing when you get there because you're just there, and you can feel it. You walk in a place and people look at you like, wow, they feel your light and then they want some of that light, of course there's those naysayers and the haters and we'll just pray for them and, shine the light a little brighter on them and they'll have to lift up or I don't know what they'll do, but they have to wake up at some point is what I'm seeing, so when you're out there in the world and you're, and you're going around, just notice how you're feeling and how it affects those around you. When you're sad and you're out in the world, bad things happen to you. Do you trip and fall a lot? Do you have car accidents? Do you attract people that are low vibration? In my 20s, my husband used to call me a freak magnet because everywhere I went, I attracted very odd people, very dangerous people sometimes. I had people grab me in the store. I had a guy one night jump in the car with me and my children. And my husband was always saying that to me, you're such a freak magnet. You're a freak magnet. And I had a bumper sticker on my car and it said, let's just say stuff happens. That wasn't the word. And for years, I thought my husband stole that bumper sticker off my car, but it was actually my dad. And he told me not too many years before he passed away that he really hated that bumper sticker and he just stole it off my bumper. And then my husband called me a freak magnet one night and made me mad. And I said, well, then you're the king of the freaks because you married me. He stopped calling me that. My dad took the bumper sticker away. I started realizing that I'm a child of God in the light and started lifting myself up because I was also a young mom and I didn't want my kids, surrounded by that darkness. And I changed my surroundings. I changed the people I hung out with. I changed everything. I changed everything. And guess what happened? The freak magnet got turned off. And it's a rare day that somebody comes up and tries to touch me or harass me. Even, when I go live like this, I get 9 out of 10 very positive comments. I get the most beautiful people in my life. They want to know me, be part of me. They want to join in this healing movement that I've got going on. And it's all energy, right? It's all energy. And in my 20s, I didn't even know what that meant, but I know what it felt like. So, ask yourself, where's your energy? What do you feel like tonight? I have a little tickle going on in my throat, but I am so happy. I'm so, excited about everything that's going on. I'm seeing family tomorrow I haven't seen in years and moving down, down into Naples, Florida. And I'm just like really stoked. And I honestly don't think the sore throat can take me down because I'm just too happy. So, so anyways, I just wanted to share that. I wanted to just really talk about gratitude because again, all those people at that pier last night, those people, wow, they were incredible. Holding hands, black, brown, red, pale people, gay people, straight people. It didn't matter. It really didn't matter. We had people in T-back bikinis and in cowboy boots and shorts and it didn't matter. No, nothing mattered except we're all here. We're all in this together. And it was such an incredible celebration, you know. And if you guys out there that were at the pier see this, I love you and thank you for giving me that experience because really nice to know that we're vibing, guys. You know, this is our vibe. And if you're hanging out with the wrong people and you feel tired and you feel drained, you probably are an empath, and I am. And again, in my 20s, I didn't even know what that meant. I just knew when I got around angry people, I got angry. When I got around sick people, I got sick. I could be sober and walk in a room and get drunk. You know, cheap buzz, right? But not good, not healthy. And so if you're hanging out with people that make you feel anything less than amazing and you know you're amazing, you know, I tell you this every week. And again, you are amazing. You're incredible. We're all incredible. We all have these individual gifts that we share. You know, change your vibe and then change your people. It's not your tribe, you know. Even your family. I love my family, but there are people in my family that I don't vibe with. They don't understand me. I don't understand them. I love them. I pray for them. If I talk to them, I'm very kind to them. But yet I don't choose to stay around them because they make me feel bad. Or I allow them to affect my energy. I can't say they make me. No one makes you feel anything. You choose how you feel most of the time. So, you know, I give you permission, like I have that right, but I give you the permission to change your people, change your tribe, you know, just change your tribe and, you know, let it go. Just let them go, let them go with love and light and find your tribe. And when you do, you'll know because they'll accept you exactly as you are. So I love y'all. Hey, German in Toronto, how are you tonight?
How are you?
I'm good.
How's everything
Good.
there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, so no problem. Yeah, I'm ready. So, you know,
What can I
basically, I
do
want to
for
know
you?
about the future, no? Yeah, you know,
I'm
I would like
sorry?
to know about I would like to know about the future a little bit, you know?
About the future
Can you hear?
a little bit?
Yeah, yeah.
In general, the future
And,
for the world in
and love.
general?
Yeah, like love and money, you know?
Oh, for yourself. Okay. Um,
Yep.
well, I see you're making a lot of changes in your life. I feel like you're doing your best to improve yourself. Yes. Are you working on yourself?
Yep.
Yes.
You know, yeah, try to be healthier now. Yeah, control myself, you know?
Right. Right. Okay. Were you recently in a relationship?
No, 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 no. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Yeah. It's been a while, yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time understanding you. Um, Okay, well, as you're working on yourself, you know, you're changing your energy and you'll be attracting the right person into your life. It's going to take a little time and I get like the number 6 and I'm going to say 6 months, like maybe I'm thinking maybe towards for me that would be towards winter time. I'm not sure what your weather is where you're at, but I see like snow time. So when the snow's falling, you're going to be attracting somebody into your life. But in the meantime, I feel like you need to really be working on yourself. Are you having health challenges? Is something going on with your body?
No, just a little bit allergies, you know, in my nose and like dermatitis a little bit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Problems,
Okay.
yeah, but
Okay.
besides that, I'm okay.
Okay. So that's what I'm seeing. So if you're having allergies and dermatitis, this is another part of what I do, and it is also intuition as well. I feel like you need to really clean out your body. You need to do a detox and get yourself healthier and stronger. This person that's going to come to you is going to have a lot of energy. They're going to want to be busy and doing things with you, and you're going to need to have that stamina, you know, the strength to keep up with them. And the way you're going to get that is by taking care of yourself. I don't think your diet's very good. Do you eat well?
So this
Do you eat
person is
good
coming
food?
in 6 months.
Yes. I see 6
Okay.
months. Absolutely. Absolutely. But I feel like you really need to work on your health. and get yourself stronger, get your body clearer and cleaner. I would recommend you drink lots and lots of lemon water, and start taking care of getting your body cleaned out. There's a lot of toxins that you need to get rid of. You understand?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. Are you working on your health at all, German?
Yeah, every day. Yeah, I try,
Okay. Wonderful. What are you doing?
Yeah, like I swim every day, right? And I lift weights.
Nice.
And,
Okay.
every chance I got, I walk, right?
Okay. Great. That's wonderful. Do you eat a lot of raw food, a lot of fruits and vegetables?
No vegetables. I hate vegetables, but I drink a lot of water and I don't like vegetables, but fruits, yeah, I like it, like grapes and I think avocados, guacamole.
Okay, avocados. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I ate 40 pounds of grapes last year. So only grapes. So grapes are phenomenal. They are a really super healing food. They help your body clean out, but they also give you a lot of nutrition. And if you eat the seeds, if you get seeded grapes, if you can get them, they're hard to get sometimes. They help get rid of parasites, like worms and stuff that get in the body. You know about that?
Blueberries in the morning with oatmeal and water and, yeah.
Absolutely. Add a lot of lemon to your water and help your body get rid of the phlegm and the toxins that's in your system. Can you do that?
Yeah, I hear that. But, I always got, bad luck, I don't know.
I'm sorry, say that again?
No, I always get, bad luck with women. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, right?
You have bad luck?
Yeah.
No, I don't think you have bad luck. I think you believe you have bad luck. Therefore, you're bringing yourself the idea that you have bad luck. You do not have bad luck. Things have happened that you need to have those experiences so that you can grow and become the person that you want to be. So when you have this new relationship, I've had a lot of what people would call bad luck too, but it made me more aware, and it made me stronger, and it helped me get healthier, and it also helped me protect myself from people that aren't my tribe. They're not my people, and I've learned how to say no and stand up for myself. And I think it's time for you. I know it's time for you to start saying, in the past, back here, I had bad luck. Every day my luck gets better. Can you say that? Every day my luck gets better.
Yeah, I try to be positive, right?
Oh yeah, yes, absolutely. If you want positive, you have to be positive, and it's good to write, it's good to journal. And if you have, bad feelings, write them down. And if you can, stand over a sink, light it on fire, burn it, and let that stuff go. That's an illusion. None of that's real. And if it's in the past, that's where it stays. You can't change the past, but you can let it go. And then you can just choose to be more positive. You just wake up in the morning and say, today's a beautiful day. I'm going to go for a swim. The water's amazing. I'm going to work out. I'm getting stronger. My muscles are getting bigger. I feel great. I'm going to eat all these grapes. Look at the energy in the grapes, the color. You sometimes we have to really look for the positive, like really, really look. But you'll find when you start telling your subconscious, it's always, our subconscious is like a 5-year-old. And if you tell a 5-year-old to go play in the road, they will, because your subconscious grabs things. So when you say, I have bad luck, well, guess what? You're not going to find your love. You're not going to have money. You're not going to have success because all that's bad luck. But when you say, I used to have bad luck, that's in the past. Once upon a time, I did that. But now, man, my luck gets better every day. Look at these grapes. These grapes are beautiful. I can swim better than I've ever swam. When people see me, they can see the light, shine in me, and they love me, and I love people. And you just have to talk to that deeper part of yourself so that it understands, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
Yes?
what do you see for like money or like like opportunities or I don't know. What do you see?
The first thing I thought of when you said that is something around computers. Do you do computer work?
I work. I have a good job, but and,
Do you use a computer?
yeah.
Yes.
hmm
I'm sorry. I keep losing you. Yes, you do have a computer.
My cell phone. I'm using my cell phone now.
Okay. But okay, so what I see is you working with electronics, using maybe it's a cell phone, something electronic that you're using to create income. And
hmm
again, as you're using these electronics to create income, you need to be positive and you need to know that whoever you're talking to, that you're talking to them in a way. You never tell anyone you have bad luck because guess what? They won't give you anything good. Nobody wants to be around anybody with bad luck. They'll be like, yeah, okay. But if you're a positive person and you speak positive and you become that, you show them that, then they want to be like you and they want to help you and they want to lift
Okay.
you up. And they want to give you money.
Do you see anything like we'll get a house or something in the future?
I see again, I just see electronics. I see you doing something with a computer that makes you money. And what you do with that money is up to you. If this is a house that you're going for, there's plenty of houses, but you have to line up your energy to get that house to come to you. You deserve the house. You believe that, right?
Okay.
Sherman, do you believe you deserve a nice house?
Okay.
Yes?
Yeah. Let's see what happens. Okay.
Yeah, yes. Check back with me. I'd love to hear from you.
Okay. Thanks
You
for
keep
everything.
going, okay? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You keep going forward. Take care. Thank you. Are you still there? Okay. Okay, so that was German in Ontario. I really hope that he got the messages that I was offering. We had kind of a rough connection, but I feel like he did. Again, back to it, right? We have to, sometimes you got to go through it to get to it, and we just got to keep on the path, you guys. Life isn't always easy, but we get so much from it. And if you've had a rough life and things have been hard, I bet you're a hell of a good person, a heck of a good person. Sorry, y'all. But life is challenging, but it makes us stronger and it makes us hopefully more loving and trusting. And don't forget to pray, look up, say all the right things, and just always remember you're never walking alone. And on this show, there's so many people that want to help and reach out. So reach out. Get in touch with me personally. I'd love to talk to you. I do all kinds of different work. Intuitive readings is part of it. I do a lot of health stuff, detox programs. I do regressions, past life and current, and I do animal communication as well. So if you want to know what your dog's thinking or looking for your animals, holler at me. You can call me 931-239-2592, and I'd love to hear from you. I pray you all have a beautiful night, day, wherever you are, and that you just, never forget you're beautiful, and always remember that, things that look bad in the moment, sometimes it's all an illusion, and we got this. We really do. If we can just stand strong, stand together, support one another, never, ever, ever let somebody feel alone because everybody's dealing with something. And, when they are and they're being hateful and spiteful, and, just try to be a little kinder, a little more gentle, and be gentle with yourself and remind yourself that, you deserve all the beautiful things in life, and never accept that you think, you have bad luck or you don't deserve something, because you do.
And there's going to be some work involved, of course, but hey, anything worth having is worth earning and going for. And look at all the great things we learn along the way. We share so much, and we're all the same. We all live on this one big, beautiful globe, and we got to remember, we touch together, and we are the same. There is nothing holding us back except us. So get out of your head, get in your heart, get right in your heart, get in your center, put your hand on there, find out if it's yours. If it's not yours, pray for them. And if it's yours, ask, what do you need? Just ask for it. Knock, the door will open, and you got this. I just love you all. I'm so glad I got to be here, and I'm glad I'm in Florida, and I hope everyone gets to have a beautiful, beautiful, few hours, a few days or something just to recover, regroup, reset. And it is Wednesday reset, don't forget, according to me. So I love y'all. Y'all have a beautiful night, and I will see y'all next week. Take care.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, back at last. Yes, I am here live tonight in July, the 5th of July. And I think the last time I said I'll see you next week was like April. But I'm back. I was hideously sick for months. There was an outbreak of flu here in New York City. I checked with the Department of Health, and I saw the chart, and I noticed that just about the point where the flu went away is when I got it. See, always a contrarian, never going with the crowd, and I got it, and it knocked me out for like 3 months, and then it was replaced by an upper respiratory infection, and man, that it was unbelievable. But I'm here. I had a flu last year in March, and I had a flu this year in March, and this one was pretty bad. The thing is that it didn't last as long as it seems, because what happened was that it took my voice away, so I couldn't do it. It's very hard to do a show on radio with sign language, so I couldn't do it. So that's why I took the time off. I didn't think it would be worth wasting your time just hearing me scratching and croaking, and I mean, I sounded like Marlon Brando in the hospital scenes in The Godfather. You know, it was just really I was really gone there. But it's back. I had pneumonia some years back, and that took away my voice for 6-7 months. So we lucked out. It didn't take me that long. But I'm here, and I'm looking forward to doing the show because I don't remember what I do. See, there's something with tarot cards, I believe, isn't that it? Yeah. So here they are. I'm shuffling them up. What the world seems to have changed a little bit since last we met, but in overall, the overall scheme of things, nothing much really changes. It's people still have the same concerns and that they've always had, and life goes on. And well, like I said, I'm back. I'm a little jittery because it's been quite a while, and I was, what's the word I'm looking for? Going crazy. I missed this. I really did. I've been doing this for a little over 10 years, so to not do it for 3-4 months just really put a crimp in my schedule. I didn't know what I was doing, but I'm back, and now it's summer. It's hot out. New York is very hot and smelly, but the thing about New York in the summer is it gets cold. It gets nice and chilly in the evenings. So although today the temperature was over 90 degrees, right now it's about 70, 71, 72 degrees, and that's pretty good. That's because we have cross ventilation here, and we can get away without air conditioning if we want to, which I prefer. We've got those things. We have those machines, but I don't like them. I don't like the way they feel. I think I would be. I know a lot of people moving to Florida. I wouldn't be able to handle that. My friends in Florida tell me that you need air conditioning 364 days a year. So I don't know if I could even do. I'd probably feel like a prune, left out in the cold here. But I have no problem with going with the flow with the seasons. When it's hot, I sweat. When it's cold, I shiver. And I think we'd be better off that way. We've kind of lost the rhythm of life. everyone's talking about saving the planet. Well, of course, there's really no reason to be too scared about that. I mean, I know there's a lot of people trying to scare you, but the planet has all the time in the world. Don't worry about that. The worst that'll happen is that things will change and human beings will adapt to it, and then we'll be getting our vegetables from the Sahara Valley. That's what will happen if it gets really bad. But it's going to be fine. Everything's going to be okay. But we need to get into the rhythm, I believe, of the world, of nature. Everything pulses. Our pulse, our heartbeat, the way that our blood pressure works, it's tied to the tides in a sense, because the tides pulse in and out. In fact, what is blood if not we carrying the ocean around in our body? Because the first life forms that left the ocean had to take the ocean with them, and they took it in the form of blood. Very clever, weren't they? Whoever designed all this. It happened by accident, and that's even more amazing. But that is a philosophical discussion for another time. I'm not big on trying to change nature. This is why I don't wear a toupee. I like to leave things the way they are naturally, as natural as possible. So when it's nighttime, we kind of sit in the dark here. We have lights, but not that many. We don't keep everything brightly lit. We go with the flow, as I said, and I enjoy it. And I miss the days. You don't see it in New York City because of all the lights. But I miss looking up in the sky and seeing the stars, and seeing in August, seeing the meteorites zooming around. And it's nature and the world. It's a beautiful thing. And when you're stuck lying in bed for 3 months, you start to think about all these things, about the rhythms of the world, the up and down, and here we are. So I'm glad to be back. I missed you all. A special thanks to all the folks out there who contacted me by text message and by email over the last few months to inquire as to the state of my health and to encourage me. Well, you did good, because I'm here, and you helped. You certainly made me feel better. I'm sitting here in the little studio, and let's see, I have my little truck. There it is, filled with Pez. There you go. We're just munching on the Pez right now. In fact, keeps my mouth from being a little too dry. But I've got the tarot cards here, and what I'd like to do now is just get right to the readings. How's that? It's been so long. I mean, it's been so long since I've done this that I say, let's just jump into it. I didn't even do any private readings. I did maybe 2 private readings since the end of February, because again, I do a lot of that over the phone and Skype. And if you can't hear me, what's the point? So why don't we just ring our bell 3 times to declare sacred space and get into the readings. Okay. Now, I'm all set, but what I need is for a caller to call, is somebody to call. So I'm gonna just vamp a little bit until we get somebody on the line. One of the things I wanted to talk about, because I did a lot of listening to news and news on radio and television, I've noticed a pretty horrible trend in communication, which is, I don't know where it started from, but it's news people stopping in the middle of a story and saying, and guess what? Now, I'm in the tarot business here, so I do look into guess what, but I don't know why they do that. Why do they stop in the middle of a story and say, and guess what? Like I picture this, like if I go out to get some groceries and I come back and I say to my wife, hey, you know something? I met this really interesting woman at the store, and guess what? That would be the last thing I ever say. Nobody wants to hear that. She would know what to do. So no, don't. I wish they would just stop that. We're not 4 years old. I don't need the president saying to me, and guess what? And I don't need news people saying, and guess what? I just tell me, whatever it is, I can handle it. I assure you, I can handle it. Well, we're all set now. We've had our bell, that one, right? 3 times to declare sacred space. And Shobha in Madison. Boy, Shobha, did I mess your name up, didn't I? Shobha.
Yes,
Hi.
That's
I'm
okay.
very sorry about that. I as someone whose name used to get messed up all the time, I feel very guilty every time I do that. So how's Madison, Wisconsin tonight?
Oh, pretty good.
Excellent. Did you have a good 4th?
Yes, it's quiet. That's okay.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you tonight?
My work.
Okay. What would you like to know?
Well, I don't know. Tell me what
Okay.
what comes up for work.
Fair enough. Let's see.
My current job or future job or whatever.
Well, I've got an interesting card here. First is the 3 of Coins. The 3 of Coins is about completing a job, doing a job. Sometimes it means a project, a temporary project or a temporary work, but it means doing something and completing it. Have you done something recently that you completed in terms of your career and work?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, you may get an assignment then of some sort, or something new to do. And it won't be a full-time thing, but it's something that you will do very well at, and you'll succeed, and that will lead you to other things.
Okay.
Now, the Queen of Rods is here, and that's good. The Queen is the person who's in control, the rods are about work and career, so that's good. And the Page of Rods here, this is telling me, yeah, these cards coming after the 3 of Coins is telling me that you may get like a temporary job, a temp position of some sort if you're looking for something like that, but it's going to lead to something more permanent. That's very clear in these cards with the Page of Rods and the Queen of Rods. And then the next card is the World, which is assured success. The 5 of Coins. Have you been having financial difficulties lately?
Well, not terribly, but it can always get better.
Okay, but it was something that's concerning you.
Yes.
Okay, well, because that's underneath all of this, but it's just like the base of it. That's followed by the 6 of Rods, though. So you've got the 5 of Coins, which is like concern over money problems, and then the 6 of Rods. Rods again are about work and career. That's a card of triumph and success, which is indicated in the 3 of Coins also. So I think you're headed for a period where you're going to find a new job that is going to be maybe a temporary position, but you'll do so well at it that it'll lead to other things.
It sounds good.
And let me tell you this is going to be very good because there's 2 cards here that I want to make very clear that you hear because it's important. One is the 10 of Swords, and the 10 of Swords, although it's a nasty looking card, it means that the worst is over. You've been through some rough times and the worst is over. The next card is the 9 of Cups, and that is a card of enjoyment and fulfillment and happiness and luxury. The person in that card knows how to live and enjoys it. So I think that the worries and the troubles are coming to an end, and you're entering a period that's going to be very good for you. And it'll all be heralded by an offer for some work to do on a temporary project that you will make the most out of. Okay?
Sounds very promising. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. It looks very, very good, and I'm happy to see that. Oh, here's one just with the 6 of Coins. It confirms that there's money coming your way. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sounds perfect. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. Sorry about mangling your name. I didn't mean to do that. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that comes on 3 times a year, apparently. And I should be back next week. There shouldn't be a problem there. You wouldn't believe how bad I sounded. I still feel like I'm a little bit raspy in my throat, but that's going away. Health and healing was on my mind, and coincidentally, I wasn't completely inert. Like I said, for the last month or so, I was feeling better, but I couldn't speak. Wow, was that frustrating? I mean, unless you identify as Harpo Marx, that's and of course Harpocrates is the deity of silence. Look up Harpocrates sometimes. Just one of those coincidences that Harpocrates and Harpo get together there. But there is a project I was working on, and it's here. It's ready. It's done. And it's a book about psychic healing from the 1940s, long out of print. And it's a marvelous book by one of the great occult writers Unfortunately, we don't really know him or her. Some people think it's a female, others think it's a male. He or she wrote under a bunch of different names, like Louis de Clermont. That's another name, but there's no way of knowing. I do know I did my research and there was no copyright on it anymore. So I figured this is time for the world to see this again. If you go to magic-works.com, this book is not available yet at Amazon. If you go to Mojo Academy, no, that you can see it there too. But the easiest way is magic-works.com. Mojo Academy is the publishing arm. But go to my Magic website, magic-works.com. And right there at the top of that page, you'll see this just in, and there's a little notice for this book, and it's got a long title, but it's psychic healing is the germane part, and it's you can get it now before Amazon has it, right from the printing plant for a 15% discount. You just use the checkout code WELCOME15. All the instructions are right there. So please take a look at that. Health has been on my mind because I was deteriorating, and I'm back now. I have a few medical checkups to go. You know, at my advanced age, I can't just simply brush this off like I did back in the Hoover administration. But if you could, if you're interested in the art of psychic healing and you would like to read a long lost book on that topic, it's back. And of course, it's selling already, which is marvelous. That's so heartwarming to see that. You can find that at magic-works.com, right at the top of the homepage. And it's a nice little announcement, and you just click on that, and that'll take you right to the printing plant. And you can get it at 15% off. And when it gets to Amazon.com, I'll have a link to that too. But at Amazon, it'll cost more, and that's just because they like to participate financially in the sales. You get what I'm saying. Cut out the middleman. Go right to the printing plant, and then you can get things for less. Bernadette in Glen Burnie, Maryland is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot. Hi, how are you tonight?
Hi, Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you
How are
tonight?
you?
Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be here. You know, I started to lose all sense of time because my week revolves around doing the show. And like I said, I was out in March, and then around middle of April or so, I came back for one show, and then nature tapped me on the shoulder and bow right in the face. He hit me. So that was it. So I'm back now. So how are you, Bernadette?
Welcome back. I'm doing
thank
pretty
you.
good. I had a question for you. Been having a lot of transitions and changes in my life here, especially in the past 6 months. And I filed for divorce back in January, and I've been torn on what path to take with that. Like I don't know if I should continue with my husband on our marriage together, if we're going to be back together. And you're bringing up health. That's another good one. I've had questions. Been having some health things going on. So I just didn't know what you might pick up on.
Well, usually when people ask me a question about a relationship like that, they know what the answer is that they want. So the best I can do, because I wouldn't let the cards tell you what to do, but you could look at, if I follow this path, what will it look like in my life is one way to do it. But generally, I mean, you already filed for divorce, you said.
Yes.
And so you obviously have qualms about this whole marriage, you know. So what can I tell you? The card I have here is the Tower struck by lightning, and that is about something that is shattered and coming apart. So that's perfectly apt here. This is not necessarily a bad thing in life. I was just I was reading something about divorce today, and they constantly do it from the angle of how sad that is, but it can be quite liberating if you're in a really bad situation. So I don't like it when people treat it as, oh, that's terrible, because it could be the best thing you could do. I don't know.
Right.
But this is showing me that it's inevitable. I mean, that this has happened. Something has happened already that has shattered your faith, correct?
Right.
And see, the next card I have is the Eight of Cups and the Six of Swords. Now, these are both cards about people leaving where they are and heading to where they want to be.
Okay.
Now, again, that you don't have to take that literally as like moving out, you see, because it's telling me that you're going to find the solution you want. You're going to get to where you get what it is that you want. And that could be the divorce or not, you see. But chances are you know that you did all this for a reason, and a damn good one, because it's not a move to be taken lightly at all.
Right.
And it's
I
difficult.
moved out with the kids. Yeah.
Mhm. So the Two of Coins this is a card that isn't going to help you at all. Okay, it's not going to hurt you, but it isn't going to help you. Okay, you're not going to hear anything that you don't know when I tell you what the Two of Coins is. It's about juggling and balancing a situation to try to figure out what to do. Sometimes it means it in terms of money, like getting credit or something, but also on a larger level, it's about trying to balance competing interests and see which way you want to go. And that's where you are. You don't know yet, and that's a good thing, because you're not being dogmatic about it. You're taking this extremely seriously. That's what I mean.
Yes.
Seriously enough that you're calling a complete stranger and talking about it. You see, that's one of that's true. I mean, this is the thing that's important, is that is people asking. Now, I need to ask you one question here, because this is a card that comes up when people talk about divorces quite frequently. It's the Five of Swords. And that is about somebody who was not being true to you, somebody who was being manipulative, somebody who was lying. Fives are not good in tarot. Fives are bad. They're heavy duty. They hurt. So you were not being treated properly, according to this. Is that how you feel?
I would feel that way. I feel like during our marriage, I was dealing with gambling addiction, and he was dealing with drug addiction. So we both kind of brought that not being truthful, being manipulative. And that was kind of what our marriage was based on. And I'm in a different place from that.
Yeah, see, because the reason that I brought that card up is that sometimes people they feel that they're being treated badly, and this card is saying, yes, you were. Now, after the next card, this is good. Okay, this is good. Ace of Cups. This means you're moving on a pathway to lead you to the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups are about the heart and emotions, and the aces are about new beginnings. Now, didn't you tell me that you're going through new beginnings, right?
I am, yes.
And this is telling me that you're about to enter a very good time for you emotionally, a new beginning emotionally, and that's coming for you. That you're putting yourself on that path. So again, what I'm saying, and I have the Ace of Swords here. I'll get to that one in a moment. Two aces means you're definitely in a period of life where you're changing and growing. I don't want to. I'm not saying that you're what to do to get there, but what you're doing will get you there. You're going to make the right choices for yourself. Whatever your choices are, you're going to make the right choices. The Ace of Swords is about a new way of thinking and a new way of seeing the world. And you feel that, don't you?
I do. Yes.
Yeah, and that's good. It's liberating. And just keep that in mind, because the two cards I told you about before, the Six of Swords primarily, is about moving yourself from where you are to where you want to be.
Okay.
Because the swords can mean two things. The swords can mean conflict and struggle, depending on the context. And in this case, it refers to mental activity and thoughts.
Okay.
And you're using your mind, you're using your willpower, you're using your abilities to get from where you are to where you want to be. And according to these cards, you are going to get there. You are going to have a period of emotional fulfillment and happiness, and thinking, just your whole way of thinking is going to be opened up and different. Now, the Eight of Rods tells me that you're in that and it's coming to its conclusion soon. The Eight of Rods tells me that you're going to know very soon exactly what to do. Okay?
Okay.
You're not going to be left up in the air about this.
Okay, I've definitely been in my head struggling with what to do.
Yes, because that's the Eight of Swords, which I just got as you said that. Eight of Swords is a person who feels restricted, doesn't know which way to go. Now you see, notice the swords are here. A lot of these swords, that's because you're thinking a lot. You probably think you're overthinking. You think you're thinking too much, right? But what's interesting to me is that you got the cups, which is the heart, and you got the sword, which is the mind. And they're both aces. That's telling me that your heart and your mind are coming into alignment. But you feel that, don't you?
Yes.
And that's not, now a lot of people may think, I wish that could happen to me, but let me tell you something, it doesn't feel as good as you might think, because getting there, when you're there, it's good, but getting there can be torture. But your heart and your mind are coming, and there are cards for that, by the way. If you were going to have difficulty doing that, I have cards here that I could see that would show that. But you didn't get any of that. So I don't see any speed bumps here. I see that what you're going through now is that the path you're on now is going to lead to the right conclusion for you. And that conclusion is going to lead to an emotional rebirth and a mental rebirth.
Okay.
And it's going to be really good. And the final outcome card I have here is the Four of Rods, which in its purest form is a happy home and happiness and joy.
Oh, nice. That's the goal.
So you're up to your ears in positive cards here, but getting there can be painful.
Yes.
So if you want to stay in touch with me, my email is asktarot@earthlink.net, or you can contact me through Ask One Radio or just Google Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. There's all kinds of ways to contact me. And if you want want a bit of an update on this after things are moving along, just don't hesitate to drop me a line and I'll pull a few more cards for you on the house. How's that?
Thank you, Reverend Elliott. I appreciate that very much.
Well, because I know that it can be very difficult to open up about something so personal. And that you're doing work that is not easy, and I'm certainly not going to use that as a business opportunity. So if you want a few more cards, we could just consider that an extension of this free Ask One Radio reading. How's that? So be sure to drop me a line.
Thank you.
Anytime you want to. Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's my pleasure.
Have a great
Thanks for calling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now. Oh boy, times of change can be difficult. Folks, the people who've been listening regularly for years and years and years, you might remember that long about the middle to the end of 2019, and these shows are all in the archive if you want to check up on my veracity here. I do not hold that against people who don't believe me, because I've had people who've known me for years, think that I'm pulling some kind of trick when I do this with the cards. And I tell them, you've known me for 30, 40 years. You ever see me do card tricks? I can't do card tricks. I can barely shuffle a deck of cards without them falling apart. I can't even play solitaire without cheating. So how am I going to, I mean, by cheating, I mean by giving myself a little edge by doing the cards several times. I don't know how to do card tricks. You see, if I did, I wouldn't have to cheat in that sense. It's just like put a black card on a black card, just for the sake of getting through the game. But I believe in verification. Always listen and trust, but verify. That's the foreign policy advice too. So I around the end of 2019, I started getting aces in almost every reading I did for people on the air here. And aces are new beginnings. And I said, I don't know what's coming, but something is coming in the year 2020 that's going to shake up everything. And we're all going to be essentially having new beginnings. And that was, of course, that virus. And the cards showed that to me, but I didn't know what it was. And that's how the cards work. We can see what's coming, but we can't see what it is sometimes. I just knew that you can't get cards like that for everybody. And it was almost a running joke. And no, I wasn't rigging the cards. Look, if I could rig the cards to have aces come out anytime I wanted to, you wouldn't see me for heel dust. I'd be in Atlantic City or Vegas. But I can't do it. I'm just a simple little humble card reader. And yet in 2019, in the second half of 2019, I was seeing cards of new beginnings coming. Now, in this reading I just did, the caller said that she's been in a time of new beginnings, and there was the Ace of Cups and the Ace of Swords. Marvelous stuff. That's what the cards do. That's they don't let you down, but you got to listen. And sometimes they don't say what we want to hear, but I think most of the time when people ask a question, they really know what it is they want to hear. Tabitha in Sevierville, Tennessee is next. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello there.
Tabitha, are you with? Oh, hi. How are you, Tabitha?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I do for you tonight? What can I look at?
I just wanted to know maybe a future reading. Like, is there a house in the cards for me somewhere?
Yes.
Job. I enjoy my job. I love my job, but it is pretty stressful at times, and I just want to make sure I'm on the right path.
Did you say, is there a house for you?
Yes.
Because I got the same, I shuffled the cards up, but this is the card that I ended the last reading with. It came up again, the Four of Rods, and that refers to a happy home. That's why I said yes, so unreservedly. Yes, there's that card relate. You asked if there's a house coming, and well, you don't want a house coming. That might indicate a tornado, but you said there is a happy home in your future. Absolutely. Now, do you want to look at work and see what's going on there?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. Well, let's see now. I'll shuffle them up a bit. Well, I'm seeing. I had this card earlier, the Three of Coins. That's about doing a job well, and that leads to a project is going to be completed, and that leads to something else. It's a very specific thing. But the Nine of Rods is here. The Nine of Rods is about a person who's in a kind of a tough situation where things can be difficult, but the person is very experienced and can handle it. It's about being able to brush away obstacles.
Yeah.
There's people who are putting obstacles in your path at work, right?
Oh, yeah, always.
Well, but this is showing me that you can handle it. You may not like handling it, but it's showing me that you can handle it. And here's another card of rods, which I had earlier too, the Six of Rods. That's a card of success and triumph. So I think you're going to do well with that. That's followed by the Sun, which is guaranteed happiness and health and growth. And it's nice. Now, you're overworking yourself. Do you get that feeling?
Yes, I do, but it's more of like I can't help it. It's more of a not enough.
Well, the
staff,
card I have is the Ten of Rods, and that is about overburdening yourself. So at least you're aware of it. So you know you can pull back at time if you need to. I'm seeing that you're in a stressful environment, but I've also got the Ace of Rods here, which is about a new job. Are you looking for something new?
I'm not, at this moment, and it's more of like I was not sure if I wanted like a whole new area, like a whole new beginning. And
well, the Ace of Rods is about something new in work. And so I wouldn't be surprised if a new job offer becomes clear to you. Oh, you're the High Priestess card I have here. You're a very spiritual, intuitive person, aren't you?
I don't know per se. Like I would like to think so, maybe.
Well,
I feel like my job is kind of healing in ways, but
Well, the cards are telling me that you are an intuitive person, so I'll go with that. But yeah, I do see something new coming your way, and it's coming soon.
Yeah.
And it's going to lead to more money.
Good.
See, what I've got here is the Wheel of Fortune. That means the situation that you're in now is going to change. Now, of course, people like to hear that, and then they immediately say, wait, change for the better or what, right? But the next card is the Six of Coins, and that's a card where somebody's handing you money. So it's going to
Yeah.
change in a way that's financially more rewarding for you. So keep an eye out for an opportunity. It doesn't necessarily mean a job somewhere else. It could be something opening
Yeah.
up where you are, or a new project. That was the Three of Coins, which I had earlier for someone else. There could be a project coming along within your work now, a temporary project that needs to be done, and you'll do it, and you'll do it well, and you'll be rewarded for that. So
Well, that sounds great. That's
yeah, see,
kind of what I need.
well, I'm getting more. Look at the Page of Coins again. I'm getting money cards like you wouldn't believe here. So I think that there's something coming to you in terms of money, and related to work, theoretically. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
this is really good. Just the thing is, you're surrounded by people, and there are people who don't have your best interest at heart. See, that's here again with the Seven of Swords, but you know that, so you're dealing with it. That was the Nine of Rods. You're able to deal with it. The person in the Nine of Rods, traditionally, the person shown in that card has a bandage on her head, meaning you've been through the battles of life a bit, and then you came out okay, and you can handle these things. So you're prepared for what's coming. I think you'll do quite well. But keep an eye out for that opportunity, either for a new job or a new project opening up within the job that you've got. Okay, here it is again, the Three of Coins. So this is, it's almost a certainty that there's going to be an opportunity for you to take hold of a project there and see it through from the beginning to the middle to the end. That's the three. The beginning to the middle to the end, and you will not only be recognized for what you did, but it'll lead to other work, and it'll be very fulfilling for you. There's the King of Coins again. Anytime I see something relating to work for you,
Yeah.
I get a card with money in it. So you're gonna be okay. You have a lot of imagination. So that's the Seven of Cups. You can see things. You can focus your imagination where you want to, or you can let it go. You know, you can let it run. So that's good. Your imagination is your strength.
Good. Maybe I'll just manifest the good stuff, manifest what I need.
Well, you know, you'd be surprised how many people do that. I remember one time going to visit some in-laws, and a cousin, one of my wife's cousins, was there. And there, where we were going, there was a person who was considered kind of unstable, and this cousin kept saying in the car all the way out there, "She's going to hit me. That woman is going to hit me. That woman is going to hit me." You know, it's okay. Just take a deep breath. Well, we got there, and it wasn't very long before that woman went right up to her and hit her. So she was right. She manifested that, because she kept saying, "I know she's going to hit me. I know she's going to hit me," and there was no basis for that really, other than fear. And as soon as the little party got going, the woman came over and pow, hit her. So, because this person was very intuitive and could sense it, and so, yeah, we really do manifest things. But the joke to me is that somebody did that and called it The Secret. There's nothing secret about it. I mean, people, you can't get something if you don't picture yourself having it. I remember in the late 1960s, people who were considered successful, meaning they got what they wanted, which is, we can talk about success for hours. The one thing they had in common was that they all saw themselves having it. And there you go. I met a woman. You want to hear a story about manifestation? I met a woman, her first day in New York in the 1980s. about 1982 or so. Her very first day in New York, I met this woman, and she was telling me all about what she's going to do. That she's going to have a TV show, and she's going to be a big TV star. And her name was Brett Butler. And she was pretty big for a while, you know. She's hit a few hard times lately, but I always remember that I met her on her first day in New York, and she said, "That's what I'm going to do." And you know, she was big as a comic, and then as a guest star, and then Grace Under Fire was written just for her. And but I'll never forget it. I mean, she just I literally met her about an hour or so after she got off the bus, you know, and she was telling me, "I'm going to be famous and I'm going to be a star." And she did it.
Wow.
She did it. Yeah. Now,
That's
sometimes, you
awesome.
know, when we get what we want, we've got to accept what comes with that. There are a lot of people learning that now, that maybe when you get what you want, it isn't what you needed. But what can I tell you? You know, sometimes the worst thing to happen is not getting what you want. Sometimes the worst thing is getting what you want. But I leave that. I wouldn't count her out. Let me put it that way, because this was a woman of incredible will and able to manifest. I don't think I've ever mentioned that to people, that I met her within an hour after she came to New York,
Wow.
and we were sitting there talking, and there it was. And of course, you know, when somebody says things like that, you remember it, and of course, I remembered it. It wasn't long before she started climbing the ladder. So yeah, you keep thinking about what it is you want and seeing it and feeling it and grabbing it, and you'll get it. I'm going to pull one more card for you. I'm going to shuffle it up and take out one more card and see what that gives us. The World. That is the card of assured success. So there you go, right? I love it. Oh boy, keep in touch. Maybe you can let me know how things are working out, okay?
Yeah, thank you so much.
My pleasure. I hope to hear from you again sometime. And then I can
All
tell
right,
people
thank
I
you.
can tell people that I spoke to you one day, you know, and they'll know who you are.
I know, right?
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Tabitha. Bye bye now.
Thank you. Bye.
And we'll shuffle it up. Geez, we're coming around to the end here. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the quarterly report. Yeah, there's it's so good to be back. It's good to be back, and you know, I knew a guy who was a doctor. His name was Dr. Lowy, and he delivered me, you know, not UPS. And he told me, he was a very old man at the time, and he said that he was always nervous delivering a baby, and the first thing he would do was count the fingers and the toes just to be sure everything was okay. And card readers, we go through a similar thing, because there's always that fear that we're going to have to deliver bad news. But as you see, it's almost like what Shakespeare said, there's no good or bad, but thinking makes it so. There was only one time in the 10 odd years, very odd years, I might add, of doing this show, that I saw something in the cards that I didn't want to talk about in public. And I had the person contact me off the air, and we discussed it privately. But it wasn't bad news. It was just intensely personal, and I didn't think she'd want me to go into that in public. But doing these readings, there's always a thing in the back of the mind where you kind of hope it turns out well for people. And it generally does. Readings generally turn out well because, you know, there aren't that many disasters in life. People generally tend to come out okay, even under adversity. So it's nice to see how it works. And you have a lot of courage calling up and talking about things in front of millions of people with a total stranger. And you don't get them much stranger than me, I think. That's man, if I ever write my autobiography, that and if it was allowed to go on sale, I would definitely you'd see the weirdness of life. Gina in Mount Joy, Pennsylvania is next. Hi, Gina. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. How are you, Gina?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, good. What can I look at for you tonight?
Okay, I would just say that these past few years, that just about anything you could go through, I've been going through. It's just like in all areas of my life. It's like the whole world has been turned upside down, and I'm
Oh,
finding
let me tell
my
you,
way again. And
the first card I got here is the Tower struck by lightning. I had that earlier for somebody, and that is, you just described that card. That is a sudden, abrupt change that turns everything upside down. Um, it. Yeah, you've been. If you hadn't told me, I would have asked you if you've been through a period like that. So yeah,
yes,
that takes a lot of work. That's difficult times. Um, yeah, I've got a card here, the Four of Swords, which tells me that things have been relatively calm lately. Is that so?
calmer than they've been these, prior in these past few years. Yes, right now
Yeah.
it's
Well,
kind of,
yeah.
and
The key word,
that almost scares me.
the key word is relatively. Yeah, but that's good. That's a card about taking a time out and kind of like resting in a way, and it's good. Um, I see that there's been sadness. I see there's been troubles, and mostly I see a card here of great sadness. Um, but I do see you working through that. I mean, here's the Magician card, for instance. This is a card of somebody who can take spiritual power from above and use it here on earth. The Justice card is here. You have been dealt a blow. You've been treated unjustly, and it will be resolved. You will have justice. You have been treated unjustly. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, because that's the card here. Regular listeners will know that that card rarely comes up. So you're coming out of a bad time here, but the key is coming out, right? Coming out of it. The Fool card is here. Now I want you to pay attention to that because there are times when things are going to look bad for you, and it can be very depressing. The Fool card represents the person who is the beloved of God. The person who gets the card of the Fool, if there's any negative cards in the reading, they're overturned by that card. This is a person with spiritual protection. Now, the Magician showed me that you have spiritual powers, but this is a card of spiritual protection, that you have great spiritual protection. So you're going through an ordeal, and we can only hope that it's for a purpose, right?
I hope so. Yes.
Well, you're bearing up well, and and here's another one, the Six of Rods. The third time tonight I got that card. That means you're going to succeed. That's a card of not just success but triumph. You're going to succeed over all these obstacles. I see that here, but just remember, it can be extremely difficult. That's the problem. I mean, going through these kind of changes, it may be good. First of all, don't listen to anyone who says that whatever's happening to you is a blessing in disguise, because that is the kind of thing that just means you really got shafted. When somebody tells you that,
Right.
a blessing in disguise.
Yes, very little
Uh,
comfort in that.
yeah, it's not. I mean, you've been going through hell, and I see that in these cards, but I see you coming out of it. I see you coming out of it quite successfully. Remember the Fool card, please, because that is an important card. It rarely comes up in readings, and it is a card of great spiritual protection. And the Justice card, in case you're concerned that maybe you're not being right about this. If you think that maybe it's your imagination, let's say, no, this card is telling me that you have not been treated justly. And it's confirming that. And it tells me that you're going to get the justice that you that you are owed. I mean, what people say, life doesn't owe you anything. Sometimes it does. Now here's the Strength card is here. You've shown great strength during all of this. The Five of Rods is here. That's a story of the card of people. You look at that card, it shows people there beating each other with sticks. That's about adversity, but you come through it. The next card is Judgment. That's rebirth. That's coming back alive. So this is not going to keep you down. These are the Judgment card, and the card of the Justice card and the Judgment card. These are telling me that you're going to get what you've got coming to you, and it's good. Okay, that's the main thing. Keep that in mind. Don't get hopeless, because it may turn bad again, but it isn't going to last, the bad stuff, and it's on your way to very, very, very good stuff here. The Six of Rods especially, and the Fool, and the Justice card, and the Judgment card tell me that you're going to come out of this all right. But the main thing is, the first thing you said to me was about everything being upside down, and I got the tower struck by lightning. And you know what that feels like. It shows people being blasted off of the top of a tower by forces around them. So, that's what you described, and that's what's here. You're going to be okay. You're really going to be fine. I got the 9 of coins here. It tells me that you're going to be okay. You're going to have serenity. So just, if the road getting there is a little rough, just remember that the ending is going to be good. You're getting where you're going. Okay?
Sometimes it's just hard. It's just hard to see that light at the end of the tunnel. It's like trying to bounce a ball that you left too much air out of. It does every
good description, yeah.
Goes by.
Well, I have the 8 of Rods here, and that tells me that your wait for the good times is not going to be very long at all. The 8 of Rods means whatever's coming is coming soon. So just, hang in there and remember those cards. Remember the Strength card. AskOneRadio.com in a day or so, we'll have this show up in the archives. And you can't miss it. It's the only Reverend Elliott's Magical Window that's been up in the last 3 or 4 months, So you can listen again. You'll be the last call on the show. So you can probably speed through it if you download it and listen to this reading and take heart. Now, if you can't figure out how to do that, if that's a problem, you drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net and I'll send it to you. Okay? Because I've got to get out of here. I have to get out of here in 3 minutes. So I've got to wrap it up. But this is a good place to leave it. Here's the other one. The 10 of Swords is here. That means the worst is over. Okay, so you're getting close to the end of the bad times. Excellent. Keep that in mind, okay?
I sure will.
Beautiful. And if you need anything else, my email is asktarot@earthlink.net. It's one word, asktarot, okay?
Thank you so much. That gives me some hope of, there is light at the end of the tunnel.
There definitely is. These cards are excellent cards. They show a difficult trip, but a successful trip.
I feel they were very accurate.
Great. That's what counts. Thanks for calling. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
And that's it, folks. That's it. We've come to the end of the Reverend Elliott 2023 edition of Magical Window. No, I will be back next week. I will definitely be back next week. Now, remember, if you're interested in what I've been doing while I've been hibernating, because that book I was telling you about, which is about psychic healing, you can find that at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. I absolutely painstakingly restored. The book was in pretty good condition, considering that it was from the 40s. But I did have to replace a couple of paragraphs, and it took me a while to find the proper typeface, but I did it, and it's there. And to all of you who have ordered books during this time, we did get them out to you, and I thank you for your patience. Sometimes it took a little longer than usual, but they got out, and we're trying to get things running and back to normal. And if all works according to plan, I will be here again at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific on the Ask One Radio Network to look through the tarot cards for you. Until then, you can go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. My mouth's a little dry. You see, I have to pace myself. I have forgotten how to do it, didn't I? And we will, you got like 100 pages of magical stuff there. There's films there. There's things to read. There's recipes. There's all kinds of fun stuff. Take a look at magic-works.com. And the first thing that you'll see on the homepage is that new book about psychic healing, the new reissue of the book from the 1940s. I'd urge you to grab that, because we need that. We all could use some good old psychic healing now. So until next week, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now. See you next week.
I'm Jenny, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV and Lightning